sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day putting work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to lie. You don't gotta fear blood, sweat and tears. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day,
worth compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight. Your perfect love and darkness shines. Don't get lost in the madness of the night. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
We're no stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat,
outside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. Coming for you. It's time. We gon' get it. Raise defense, about to commence. My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get off the fence. Strike them down with my biting sequence. Let me just take a breath out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we were rid of the wrongs. How did I get myself in a battle like this? My face hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking on my door like a song rising up. We're stronger as one. I've got all the power. set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. 'Cause it matters the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to
and darkness shines. Don't get lost in the madness of the night. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for
it's worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki.
Game on! Everything begins! Welcome to the 2023 KIC version introduction. KIC 2023 brings together multiple representative teams from different countries and regions to compete on the same stage. In order to provide a more diverse gaming experience and ensure fairness to the tournament while considering the players from various countries and regions, we have specially created the KIC 2023 tournament version. This KIC will use the standard Heroes Gorge 5v5 battlefield. By participating in operation and team fights, competing for resources, improving your level and equipment, destroying the enemy's crystal, and ultimately achieving victory in the match. In addition to hero confrontations, there are various monsters scattered on the battlefield that provide powerful buffs when killed. Among them, the Overlord and the Tyrant, which spawn at the 4-minute mark, are crucial resources that both sides must contest. Killing the Overlord assists the team's progress, while defeating the Tyrant significantly increases the chance of winning team fights. The Overlord and the Tyrant evolve at the 10-minute mark, making them tougher to kill, but the rewards are higher. When the match reaches 20 minutes, the Tempest Dragon will descend onto the battlefield, and a successful kill will grant the team the power to potentially end the match. While contesting resources, it's also crucial to pay attention to the impacts of special mechanics. The jungle sprite's protection and tower protection mechanisms in the area before the 4-minute mark are particularly important. Don't blindly attack and give the opposing team a chance to defend and counterattack. Moreover, utilizing teleportation mechanisms effectively can create situations where you have a numerical advantage, laying the foundation for winning the match. As for the hero pool, this KIC features a total of 94 distinct heroes, which includes 72 heroes from Honor of Kings and 22 heroes from Arena of Valor. There are popular heroes from Honor of Kings like Mei and Jing, as well as representative heroes from Arena of Valor like Butterfly and Zip. In upcoming episodes, we'll continue to introduce more, so please stay tuned. On other aspects, Arcana and Common Skill can be customized before the match starts to enhance hero attributes and diversify gameplay. Equipment, on the other hand, needs to be purchased in-game to strengthen the hero's abilities and help the team secure victory in the match. That's the special edition of the Hero Moments version introduction for this issue. Let's look forward to the performances of various heroes on the KIC battlefield this time. The long-range capabilities that bring high sustained damage along with critical hit and slow effects that trouble heroes without a dash skill make Garo a late-game marksman well worth dedicating resources to.
Ignorance is the root of all evil.
Garo's passive skill, Piercing Arrow, allows her to deal extra damage to shields, making her a nemesis for Byron and Zhang Fei. Garo's Skill 1, Enchanted Arrows. The enhanced basic attack extends the range and damage of Skill 1. However, it will increase the basic attack interval and consume mana. When turned off, the basic attack will restore mana, so timing is crucial. Garo's skill 2, Silent Arrow, fires an arrow in the target direction, dealing damage, silencing, and slowing enemies along the path. The area the arrow passed through will explode after 1 second, causing extra damage. Silent Arrow can be used to scout bushes, similar to Consort U's skill 1, and interrupt enemy abilities at the right moment. Garo's ultimate, Sphere of Purity, creates a magical circle to increase her critical rate and attack speed. The critical hit from Garo reduces the movement speed of enemies. Creating or destroying a magic circle will deal damage to the enemies within range. Destroying the circle will increase the critical rate and movement speed of allied heroes within range. Garo is a typical late-game hero. Although Garo is a squishy hero without a dash skill, as long as you smoothly transition through the early and mid-game, Garo will become an absolute core damage dealer in the late game. That's it for this episode of Hero Moments. Let's look forward to Garo's performance in the upcoming KIC competition.
Shine everywhere.
A side lane fighter known as the Immortal Warlord, with high recovering abilities and shields that provide continuous sustainability and dueling prowess, is Byron.
Better to be foolish than a coward.
Byron's passive skill, Fearless Chariot, allows for weapon charging when basic attacks and non-hit skills hit enemies. When the weapon charge reaches or exceeds 30, it enhances the skill effects and enables basic attacks to provide extra health recovery. Being adept at utilizing minion waves and monsters to quickly charge up is an essential skill. Byron's skill 1, Electrifying Charge, swings the weapon twice, causing damage and self-recovering with each hit. When charged, it enhances both the damage and recovering effects. Using it in low health can provide a higher amount of recovery. Byron's skill 2, Storm Strike, dashes forward, dealing damage to enemies and enhancing his next basic attack. When enhanced, it deals more damage and causes the enemy to be launched, stunned. Skill 2 can also be used as an initial skill, using a combo of the Skill 2 plus Flash plus A, can catch opponents off guard and initiate team fights effectively. Byron's ultimate, Force Field Suppression, deals damage to enemies and slows them down in the vicinity. It also provides a shield for himself. When enhanced, it further increases the damage and shield strength, and it generates an electrical arc that damages enemy units and steals movement speed from enemy heroes. The electrical arc can also be used for Scouting Brush. Byron's basic combo is Skill 2 plus Flash plus A plus Skill 1 plus A plus Skill 3 plus A. Utilize your early game lane dominance to establish your advantage. And in the mid to late game, position yourself at the side or the back of the enemies to be a threat to their carries during team fights. This episode of Hero Moments concludes here. Let's all look forward to Byron's performance in the upcoming KIC tournament.
Double kill.
Giving up means failure.
At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here's to the moment. Here's to the moment, the scattering down. Here's to the madness that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello to you guys.
Hi.
So happy to see you guys again. And today, welcome to 2023 Honor of Kings International Championship. And here we go. We're now at the Shanghai Gaming Center. And it's our great pleasure to bring you the commentary for today. I'm the caster for today, Ting, and joined by me.
Yep, and this is Andy in the house. And actually, last night we have witnessed a brilliant game. And it was actually really intensive last night.
Great experience for me as well, because I was trying to interview with the players, right?
Yeah, so, absolutely.
After 7 very intense battles, you can see that they're really exhausted, by the way, but actually they're bringing us a lot of unexpected heroes up to the stage.
Exactly, and we can see this time we have the HOK heroes and combined with the AOV heroes together, and that is a brilliant tactics from our perspective. And also we do see the very first ultimate battles from last night, and that was brilliant.
Last night is full of surprises, I will say, and And not to mention, we have a new meta, especially designed to 2023 KIC for this year. And not to mention, those drafts, those battles are extremely amazing to watch and cast as well. So for those of you who are not so familiar with the newly developed meta, we have a very detailed introduction, especially for you guys. So let's check it together.
Game on! Everything begins! Welcome to the 2023 KIC version introduction. KIC 2023 brings together multiple representative teams from different countries and regions to compete on the same stage. In order to provide a more diverse gaming experience and ensure fairness to the tournament while considering the players from various countries and regions, we have specially created the KIC 2023 tournament version. This KIC will use the standard Heroes Gorge 5v5 battlefield. By participating in operation and team fights, competing for resources, improving your level and equipment, destroying the enemy's crystal, and ultimately achieving victory in the match. In addition to hero confrontations, there are various monsters scattered on the battlefield that provide powerful buffs when killed. Among them, the Overlord and the Tyrant, which spawn at the 4-minute mark, are crucial resources that both sides must contest. Killing the Overlord assists the team's progress, while defeating the Tyrant significantly increases the chance of winning team fights. The Overlord and the Tyrant evolve at the 10-minute mark, making them tougher to kill, but the rewards are higher. When the match reaches 20 minutes, the Tempest Dragon will descend onto the battlefield, and a successful kill will grant the team the power to potentially end the match. While contesting resources, it's also crucial to pay attention to the impacts of special mechanics. The jungle sprite's protection and tower protection mechanisms in the area before the 4-minute mark are particularly important. Don't blindly attack and give the opposing team a chance to defend and counterattack. Moreover, utilizing teleportation mechanisms effectively can create situations where you have a numerical advantage, laying the foundation for winning the match. As for the hero pool, this KIC features a total of 94 distinct heroes, which includes 72 heroes from Honor of Kings and 22 heroes from Arena of Valor. There are popular heroes from Honor of Kings like Mei and Jing, as well as representative heroes from Arena of Valor like Butterfly and Zip. In upcoming episodes, we'll continue to introduce more, so please stay tuned. On other aspects, Arcana and Common Skill can be customized before the match starts to enhance hero attributes and diversify gameplay. Equipment, on the other hand, needs to be purchased in-game to strengthen the hero's abilities and help the team secure victory in the match. That's the special edition of the Hero Moments version introduction for this issue. Let's look forward to the performances of various heroes on the KIC battlefield this time.
All right, these are the new changes that we're waiting for to see, like more interesting things going on. But don't worry, trust us, we have a lot of times, and we will go through these new changes with you in the game, actually, or maybe during the VP, during the draft. And don't worry, we'll go through it one by one, day by day. So I would like to take some time to talk about today's matchups, especially because it's very important for those teams.
That was really intensive and crucial for today's games as well, because we do see we have our very final place for directly entering the next round of the battle.
Yeah, this is the main purpose why these 4 teams, joined into the first round of the KPL qualifiers. So the winner is going to be directly sending into the group stage, which means that you can just simply avoid, getting into the second round, because that second round is going to be very troublesome for them.
Exactly. And also, apparently we do have we should have 4 teams, and then now we have Guangzhou TTG, Chongqing Wolves, and from last night, Beijing Weibo, and of course we will see who will actually get the final place tonight. Okay,
they're definitely going to be answering questions. One of the team between Foshan DRG and Suzhou KSG, right?
Yeah, so probably, for our audience in front of the camera, you can actually, have a guess, like who will actually enter the overall, the next round of the game. And also, if we look back on the history, Foshan DRG can actually better during the championship stage.
Definitely. It's very hard to avoid the fact that Foshan DRG performed so well, especially in KIC. They won the second prizes 2 times, in 2 years. They got to every single final in KIC. So I believe they have a very strong potential to do this. And take a look at the starting list from Foshan DRG. Bai Shou, Peng Peng, Qing Feng, Menglan, and Guy, all very familiar faces.
Exactly. And also we can see we have a brilliant command tower Guy, and we will see how he will perform. And next from KSG we have Azur, and then Jingyu, Yiqing, Ju, and Xiaowei.
I mean, Suzhou KSG has a very, I would say, miraculous journey, especially in the summer season in KPL, because they're not supposed to be that good in the summer, but they magically did it. So let's take a look and give our expectations to both teams.
At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here's to the moment. Here's to the moment.
Alright, it's official, it's online. It will be the game 1 between these very powerful teams from KPL region. I have a very good, very deep expectations towards these two teams because after yesterday's matchups, I have a lot of expectation on what will be the draft, what will be the heroes they finally pick for today's matchup.
And if we look at the ban pick from last night, we do see quite a lot of changes that can be made because from this version of the KIC, we have a lot of AOV heroes that can be choose. But however, if we look at the AOV heroes, indeed, individually speaking, they can be very good. But if you look at the overall winning rate, the HOK's hero can actually perform better in a group fight.
Of course, surprisingly, we have a very interesting data showing that actually HOK heroes have a better winning rate in today's matchups. And for those AOV heroes, I would say they have a 100% higher pick-in rate from yesterday's matchups. But let's see the result. Let's see the actually effect they can bring to the teams. I would say those AOV heroes, they have a very good performances when it comes to solo battles. But if you compare their actually usages into the team fights, or if you're comparing the collaborations, it's completely different. I think HOK heroes stand a better chance if we are deeply looking into those synergies together.
I think if we look at the overall operation, especially on the BO7 matches, then we can definitely see some of the AOV heroes might be picked in the pre-stage of the overall match. However, later on, if we look at the HOK heroes, which are very familiar by the teams from the KRG and also from SKG, and they can actually have a better collaborations together.
I mean, for me, this 2023 KIC is a challenge for a lot of teams. For those KPL teams, definitely they're going to be facing a lot of challenges because they have to get so familiar with these newly added heroes to this current meta so soon in very short amount of time. But for the other ones, they will also have to, get familiar with those HOK heroes. So it will be equal challenges for a lot of teams. So it's a competition, I would say, to compare who can prepare this with a faster speed. And okay, we will directly dive into the first round of the bans here, Zip again being taken away off the table. I think that the usage, those creativities can be shown after yesterday's matchup.
Yep, indeed. And then we have Butterfly and also Murad. Murad has been banned by SKG because we can see the ability of Murad is very much similar to Libai. However, the overall range for his moving abilities is actually longer. So now we have Azur from the very first pick from the SKGs, which is Slimes.
I mean, it's very surprising and interesting for KSG. They have been in a way this principle on lane. They're trying to protect their backlines, maybe the carries as well. And Slims will be their very first choice. It's not that surprising because the priority of the marksman from AOV is of one obvious truth. After yesterday, and Cathany will be going on the laning phases going against Slims.
So we have Aya to provide some certain protections to Cathany, and also on the other side for the roaming position,
Anat.
And then also we can have Liliana, a very favorite players, for the mid players.
Even though they're picking like different heroes, but I think the signal, the information they send us are equally the same. Like they want to protect their bottom laners, right? Those very late game scaling heroes, Caphany and the Slim as well, need those protections provided by Aya and Annette. So that's the main reason. I think that Foshan DRG and Suzhou KSG are searching for those double carries in the late game. So maybe they was trying some focus on the jungler and those top laners. Yeah, Yixing is being picked up. I always love this hero because he can offer a lot of CC chains over there.
Yes, and also it can actually help the DRGs to provide a lot of CCs to the Liliana.
Of course.
So in this way, that is a really great choice. And then for the second round of ban pick, we have Dun taking away from the picks, and then we have Irie.
Very nice bans here.
Yep.
You know, you have to avoid giving Suzhou KSG that much early game aggression. With the Dun's assistance, especially in the early game, I think that like Suzhou KSG will be having a like greater or faster pace than DRG, and that's the main reason they're banning this Dun and Zuka together, trying to delay their time to giving two teams equal time to farm up.
But talking about aggressiveness, you know, to be honest, like Foshan DRG is a lot more aggressive compared with SKG. So I think, you know, both Zuka and Dun should be their heroes to pick out. And then we have Zenel taking away, which for Zenel, it is a hero that is very important. Play as from a HOK's perspective, that is Liu Bang's positions.
Of course.
And provide a lot of good protections to the marksmen.
Especially like DRG have Aya as a roamer, you know, so they have to avoid giving you those double protections to Caphany, or otherwise this Caphany will be very hard trying to get into, right?
Yep.
And the fourth pick from Foshan DRG, all right, Lianpo, very good choice. I mean, they need vision. Yep. They need those CC chains. They know they need those initiation skills provided by Lianpo. Very nice choice. Let's see how they counter them from the side of Suzhou KSG. Venus is going to be the choice. I think it's definite. It's fixed.
Like Lianpo, one of my favorite hero. You
know, wow.
You can always, you know, have those immune abilities there. Yep. So it's hard to control. So it's a good choice. And from SKG's side, we have Varus and also Aoi's picked out, and really good jungling positions from SKG.
Yeah, this is really interesting because normally we don't see those very multi-cores exist in the same composition. Let's say like Virus, I would say Virus and Aoi all relies on those go quite heavily. So I think that maybe like Aoi should be like given more resources than Virus. So Virus is gonna be like exerting those stress on the top lane at the first of the game, and Mai is gonna be doing those laning with her. I love this. I always love to see those solo laning phases with the soldiers.
Yep, Mai always being, you know, a very favorable play.
Yes.
And that can be picked from the in the international arenas. So we can see Mai also being picked out by not just KIC but also in the Asian Games as well. So globally speaking, Mai is a very favorable players that can be chosen.
Of course, like the first round of the draft is finished by now, so you can see they have those similarities in the draft, but also the difference is between the cores, right? They have doubly the very late game scaling marksman at the backline. Both Caphany and Slims can do the same thing. I strongly believe they're equally strong at the late game. But the other core, let's take a look at the top laner. You know, Baisho is given this Mai. This will be the most focused and mainly like core hero from HOK. And the other core from Suzhou KSG is going to be Aoi. So yesterday, actually, Luo Ziyuan has a very good performance on Aoi as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what is very interesting is that just to the audience who are listening, normally people will use Lianpo for the Clash lane.
Of course.
But now we can see Lianpo is doing the jungle, so it can actually use the Giants group and to have more HPs to provide a lot more protections to their ADs. And also for Mai, we can see they are also a really good immuning hero.
There's a lot of immunity, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of crowd control immunity from Foshan DRG. So Lianpo itself has a very high tankiness, like built in this character. Mechanisms are there. And for Mai, there's a lot of skills, maybe like 2 doubles with the second skills, right?
Yep.
You can be immune a lot of times. So I think that the variety of the skills and those dashes from Foshan DRG is going to be very detrimental for the backlines from KSG.
Yep.
So yeah, let's take a look and give some expectations on both teams because they have been preparing for this match for a long time.
Exactly. So we will see how the first game is going, and then just saying that, you know, we see a lot of comments to say that AOV hero has been picked quite a lot of times in the games, but I just want to say that, you know, it's actually very international friendly. A lot of people are, a lot of international audience are actually watching the game, so they can have a better understandings, like get familiar with the games, and later on we can definitely introduce a lot more HOK heroes to the international audience.
Yeah. Always love to introduce you guys about more heroes. Very interesting how you actually can play them and how they can do their roles better inside the game.
Yep.
So here we go. We're gonna see the first game between Foshan DRG and Suzhou KSG. This BO7 is gonna be deciding who got the very last spot to the group stage, and let's take a look.
Yep, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gorge.
Wow, super cool map.
Yep. And we actually had done a lot of optimizations in the map. Yep. So it is very ordinary. We can see the roundings moving to the mid lanes to help out.
There's a very careful design for this. Like they actually let Slims, the marksman, to go together, trying to accelerate the pace of cleaning the first wave on the mid. While this skirmish is happening quite soon, they still want to chase up for Xiao A, manage to force out a flicker and the flash out of Xiao A.
Yep, and also we can see if you use Yixing, it's really good to have the second level to get the abilities, so you can cause a lot of damage in the very early stage of the game.
Yeah, actually, even though there's no kills, no first blood happening, but DRG is getting those minor advantages, right? Because they have been forcing out KSG, Ichi and Xiao A, this Annette and Liliana together. The flash is not there. They have to wait for a long time.
Yep. And we can see that both teams are actually having a peaceful farming process, so hopefully we can see some good interactions between the both teams during the 4 minutes mark.
But with the laning, I would say Kathleen definitely holds a better chances, you know, having a winning lane than Slims. So Slimstar is trying to, you know, hiding behind the turrets, trying to protect themselves, because like if you're comparing the speed of cleaning the waves, definitely Kathleen is gonna be winning. And actually we can see Aoi goes in up to say, even though he brings Shin's really low, but Shin has the Destiny and save her alive for a while.
Yep, and also for Yixing, oh, that was a really good ambush, but however Yixing got the passive, at the end saved his life.
But managed to force out a flash as well. Another good news. Ada have to go back, forcing out, still using the enhanced basic attacks, trying to slow down pace of Baishou.
But to be honest, for Mai to you know, get in touch with Varus, I don't think Mai's got that much advantages compared with the AOV heroes here.
Yeah, I think he should be, you know, waiting for a while, waiting for the assistance, you know, the reinforcement by Pong Pong, by the Slampo. He needs help. Definitely he needs help.
Yep, and a lot of pressure has been putting down to the farm lanes. But however, they do need to look at how they can ambush the farm lanes a little bit more.
Yeah, actually it seems to me that both teams are trying, you know, trying to initiate, trying to curse some skirmishes happening. But unfortunately the first blood has not been spawned yet, because like they're trying very hard, trying to find some opportunities, but it's just not there yet. Maybe this will be it. Like Aza is going very deeply, trying to make Baishou go away, retreat back to the base.
Yeah, we can see Baishou has a really good sense. Like he can smell there's something wrong there.
Those sensation of fear, of danger. And let's see the bottom lane here, 3 actually versus 2. Like DRG is definitely gonna be getting a winning lane on the bottom side of the map.
And once again, ambush, and probably that can be. Oh, I was thinking that will be the first blood of today.
It's like a mirror things, you know, because like DRG is completely winning on the bottom lane. They have already taken down the tier 1 turret on the bottom lane, so that you can see like KSG is thriving into jungles in the DRG.
But like after yesterday's game, probably the both team also learned a lot of lessons.
Yes.
And that's why they are playing really carefully. Like in tonight's game, it's already like 4 minutes and the both teams are still really careful with each other.
Like indeed, they are playing really cautiously, being careful with every single brush they may found each other. And it will be DRG's team trying to get their hands on the very first tyrant of this battle, and let's see with a smite, like Pom Pom very safely secure down the first tyrant to their side.
And also that is really good choice for the DRGs because they got Lianpo. And then for Lianpo to get in the Dragon Pits to get the tyrants is a lot safer than the ordinary jungling heroes.
Sure. Alright, they safely guard their own red buff, and let's see where like KSG is trying to go. Virus is very deep into the jungles, getting the vision from DRG's red buffs, and the rest of the teams are not deciding here, and they're not rushing into here, so maybe it's just a vision grabs. Nothing will happen.
Yep. But the thing is for KSG, if they continue try to ambush DRG, they will actually lose a lot of chances to farm.
Yes.
And then the goal lead might not as positive for them. So, yep.
I mean, it will be the time where the leading teams should start snowballing, right? Keep up with your farm and trying to control those neutral objectives. For example, the Tyrant and the Overlord. Another change of the Tier 1 turrets. DRG gathering together with Baisho solely showing the appearance on the top lane. The other four are just surrounding around the midway, around the river. KSG is coming in. Let's see. Jinyu dapping really hard, and the damage is very hard to escape. Shin managed to goes back, but it can still safely save his life. And it used the ultimate, trying to avoid being touched by DRG. Oh, very close one, but still, first blood, not yet.
Not yet. Yep, and that's the thing, that there are a lot of immune skills, like passive skills from DRG, so it's very difficult for KSGs to control, to have the CC chains there.
Of course, DRG going into the red, but Ichi is here, but solely, and I think Liliana, what he can do now is very limited.
Yeah. And the problem I think for DRG now is that, yes, indeed, in the very beginning they had a really good advantages on the lanes, but now they are somehow being followed by the KSGs.
Yes.
So they need to find back their pace and their rhythms in the game.
Yeah, you can see there's literally no goal differences, right?
Yeah.
The pace are equal, the goal differences are equal. I think DRG is trying to initiate all the time. They're sending Pong Pong up front, trying to initiate at any second. They're all prepared. They're just waiting for the right opportunity and the correct angle. Let's see if they grasp one, and the first blood goes to Caphany. Good information for DRG. Finally, around minute 6, well, 7 minutes.
Yep, 7 minutes. Yep.
Almost.
Yep, and also you can see if like Caphany actually got a really good goal lead here, and then a lot of damage.
Look at Aoi, very good performance from Jinyu, just securing down Molan. I think Molan is going, way further. He's just standing up front as the top, as the shield for the entire DRG team.
And when I look at Aoi's skill sets, I felt like, she's very similar to Bailey Shense, and also like a combination with other heroes as well. It can actually move around the gorge a lot faster compared with other heroes.
I think the basic knowledge of Aoi is that the second one, he had the Dragon Claw, so can use the claws, to get in touch with any walls you can find in the gorge, and you can just swing yourself back and forth and trying to get closer to the backline. For example, the mages or the marksman, it will be a very easy task for you to deal those damage onto the backlines.
And at the moment, DRG, they really need to be careful now, because after the mid stage of the game, the opposite side, like from KSG, they will have a lot more damage.
Of course.
Can be done, especially for Liliana and also for Slimes.
Yeah, because like adding together Aoi, Virus, and Liliana, these three can together just pose a very detrimental damage to Molan, to Caphany. So Caphany have to be extra cautious. You have to go inside the brush with the Pom Pom's vision. You cannot just dare, go in with yourself.
Exactly.
You need those protections by your teammates, and that will how the team works. Molan being stunned again, very low in HP, but managed to take down Liliana in retreat. Let's see, another Nai is gonna be knocked up, and Vera's trying to hide, trying to steal steal. Aza using the flashback closer, pull back again, getting the kill for KSG. So it will be like 2 versus 2.
Yep. So, but at the end we can see the tyrants might be in the hands of DRG because they still have the marksmen there.
Yeah, their damage is gonna be like better status than KSG.
Yeah.
And it is Japanese Tyrant. Aze trying to get close, but with Yixin's ultimate, he successfully just locked down Aze, and let's see the rest of the damage. I think Kapani is so good, too healthy, so KSG should, you know, make other decisions. Aoi dipping in with the follow-in with Liliana. Those damage is just explosive, but Kapani just went away as well. Let's see Mai trying to dive in and find another knocked back Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou is very low in the HP and managed to give another kill to DRG. A completely winning situation going on here.
Yep, that is a really crucial stage for KSG now because we do see a really good damage can be done from Kathleen at the moment, and also with Lianpo in the front, starting the group, engaging into the gangs. So, you know, it's troubling for KSG now.
I think the decision for Jinyu is good because he saw the opportunity, right? It will be Mulan and Guy together, only the 2 of them.
Yep.
He saw the chance and he wants to seize up, but the only like fortunate thing is the one he can follow will be Ichi. The only Liliana and Aoi's damage might be not enough to kill Menglan with the help with the protection by Aga's Aya.
Yep.
But I still want to give credits to Menglan. This cacophony, this positioning. You know, every single time he saw this cacophony really dangerous, but he just kept himself alive.
And we can see, you know, how Aze and also how Xiaoju is like going in there and try to, you know, pose more damage to Kathleen.
Yes.
However, with all the protections from the teammates, you can definitely see Kathleen is really easy to die. Really hard, difficult to die.
I think that 4 versus 3, right? Mai is not there initially. He just like reinforced, came to here by the time like 2 seconds like before and after KSG trying to initiate. And yeah, I think it's not because of a bad decisioning. So why KSG is being like failed in this matchup in the team fights. Just like Menglan gets a better chances, you know, find a more perfect positioning.
And now after all these fights, they have to look after their lanes now because the minions are not as healthy, you know, on the DRG side, so they can actually make more stories, like post more threats on different lanes.
It will be quite a difficult time for KSG because like after getting those good skirmish to their side, DRG managed to get this Dark Tyrant to their side. So I think their next target is going to be trying to invade into the jungles, trying to control KSG's red buffs. That will be their main focus, trying to get more things from their enemies.
Yep, that was a good guess because Lianpo is right there posing a threat, and then Yixin got the ultimate at such a good cage, and probably that's why you like Yixin that much.
Yes, Aoi get in, but unfortunately he's getting very low in the HP. Have to go back to DRG, managed to take this blue away from KSG and retrieve back safely.
And you see, it's really difficult to have a CC on Lianpo.
Yes.
Yeah, got
those immunity, right?
Yep, those immunities.
And Lemon is very interesting, like his passive Warrior Soul is going to be, you know, always trying to generate those passive and those battle spirit. So with the higher battle spirit he got higher tankiness, and that's the basic logic why like Lianpo is that tanky all the time, especially when they're leading the game.
And that is a really good counter pick from Foshan DRG because they know how much damage can be posed from KSG.
Yes, that Severus is very dangerous. Killing spree again. Back to Menglan. This cacophony is just on fire without a red buff. Even he did this miraculously happening on the stage with the cannon, with the ballista. I think that DRG can still take down the second turrets in the mid lane.
Yep, so this is a really high advantages from Foshan DRG now, and you see how much damage Kathleen can pose to it.
You definitely don't want to give these kind of gold lead to Cacophony. It's gonna be just standing up in your face, doing those damages to you, which you cannot simply just possibly bear. Alright, Aoi is trying to initiate, but I think the damage is not enough. Liliana went down again. Baizhou is just feeling himself heated up that way. Chainflame trying to clean lead away for DRG, but look at Menglan, where Menglan is still safely and sound protected by Aya, and they're still trying to find the side of the minions. I think that will be the time for DRG to take down the crystal, and this will be game 1.
Right, and a congratulations to Foshan DRG, and once again we would like to see the choice of Lianpo is just brilliant.
Yes, initiating all the time, and just take a deeper look at the composition. You just know that if you give Foshan DRG this much of the leading, there's definitely no way for KSG trying to fight back.
Yep. Although we did mention that KSG in the very beginning, they are more like a dark horse, especially in the summer seasons. However, they need to be very careful with Foshan DRG.
Yes.
They are such a good player in all the championships, just like in 2021 and 2022, they all ranked 2nd place.
Of course.
In KICs.
They managed to go to the final stages all the time, like 2 champs in 1 role. I think it will be some showing, some highlights, some showcase of what are the things they can do. And I think initially in the early game and the mid game, I think KSG is doing quite a great job. They're showing those aggressions very heavily. Those AOE and those Virus. But by the very second, around 10 minutes, I think they're being too rushy.
They've been too rushy, and also they lost their chances with the Tyrants.
Of course.
And also, just as you mentioned, in the very beginning, we felt like KSG is playing more like a DRG style.
Yes.
But at the end, probably they need to be very careful with the neutral creatures, and then have a better control on the Overlord and the Tyrant stand. That will be better to encounter Foshan DRG.
I mean, from the very last team fights, you can just get idea why KSG lost in this particular game. I think they're too rushy, and sometimes if they want to really trying to give those focus and give those pressure to the backlines, they tend to neglect the fact that they're not surrounded together. I think if you want to engage a 5 versus 5, the most important thing to do is that you'd have to focus, can your damage be followed up by your teammates, right? If you're just going deeply into 1 versus 5, there's definitely not returning. There's no returning for you.
And also, I think for the next game, KSG need to be really careful with Foshan DRG, because as we mentioned, they have been ranked 2nd place for 2 times. So they are having this revenging spirit to come back to the KIC this year.
Oh yeah, bringing a very interesting fact, a very interesting information for the audiences who are watching our stream. You may be very familiar with KIC, but some of you may not be that familiar with KPL. So the most recent games, these two having competing with one another, can be dated back into this year, this summer, and they actually got it into the KPL playoffs in the summer season, and it will be these 2 teams competing to the very ultimate battle, 4-3. But guess who's the winner? KSG.
Yep. At that time it was KSG smile to the last. So once again, they have to be very careful with how Foshan DRGs might look at them, and then how much preparation they have been done to try to win the games against them.
I think DRG is waiting for this as a time to revenge, revenge is a better word. I'm trying to describe this, what is actually going on to the stage. They're waiting for this moment for a long time, because the last time they lose, especially during the ultimate battle, it will be a very good regret. Because I have a lot of communications with those players, you have mixed feelings every time you lost a fight, but you have the most regrets when you lose in the ultimate battle.
Yeah, exactly. Because for every ultimate battles, everyone has been playing so hard, and all this effort putting into it, just like last night, how we witnessed the game, and that's why for tonight's game, such an important occasions for the both teams. They have the final positions to entering the next round. So I think, although KSG lost the game, lost the very first game, but they do have the synergies to fight back.
Of course, I mean, game 1, just consider it as a warm-up for yourself. You have been distance away from the stage for a while. It's very easy to understand you might need some time to adjust yourself into a better form, so that you can adjust into this new fully developed meta as well. So yeah, I think that KSG still holds a lot of chances, trying to perform better in the following rounds. But one definite truth is that I think Foshan DRG is fully prepared. You can see, not to mention Menglan's performance on this company. It's a brand new hero for Menglan trying to practice, and I think the mastery of this hero for Menglan is definitely, with no doubt, very like perfection, pure perfection.
And also, if we look at the dashboard here, the goal difference compared with yesterday is actually quite different, because it's all the goals you can see is very balanced out to each players, so it's not like last night. And if we can see the damage taken, Lianpo 32.6%, like the highest damage taken in the game.
Like crazy data. Even like Menglan have contributed over 40%, 41.5% of the damage dealt for the entire team. This is one like true fact that he will be the main carrier, right? Main carrier, main core for DRG for this time. And not to mention the very first blood is given to company. It will be a very wonderful beginning from this game to Menglan this journey.
So we can see for Suzhou KSG, they only got like an Overlord in hand, but however we can see there are 2 tyrants from the Foshan DRG side. So at that means Foshan DRG can actually have a better damage. Right, Peng Peng.
Wow.
Right, MVP for tonight, the Lianpo. Really tough Lianpo.
Yeah, you must be really excited because you're mentioning Peng Peng this Lianpo for a lot of times,
So that is a good, a really good starting point for Peng Peng, and he, although he's a really mature player in the game, but we can still see a lot of growth from Peng Peng.
I mean, Peng Peng's professional journey started quite early, around the year 2018 and to 2019, and actually he will be joining into KPL League at the exactly same time, same season as Luo Siyue yesterday. The team leader from Wuhan East Pro, and they're like classmates. They join into the KPL at the same time, and actually they're still, holding up a lot of responsibility for their team that they're representing. And for Peng Peng, I think that the most famous or iconic hero for Peng Peng will not be Lianpo. Actually, he have better heroes. For example,
Jing.
Jing. Those very like assassin core junglers suits Peng Peng even better. So before everything started, before the 2023 KIC actually kicked off, in my own assumptions, I really think that this current meta suits Peng Peng really well because he just simply loves to use those very core assassin heroes.
Yes, indeed. And also for this game, I think the choice of Peng Peng to use Lianpo is from Guy.
Yes.
You know how Guy is giving the orders in the team, and also I think the whole team is trying to bring Menglan to the next level.
Yes.
So to provide a lot more protections to the ADC's players, then the ADC players can be more confident in the game and then to provide a lot more damage to the opponents.
You actually brought a very interesting story from Foshan DRG. So here's how Foshan DRG goes. Like Agai will be a leader, complete leader, because he's the oldest, he's the most mature player in the team representing Foshan DRG. So it's gonna be being the most
like
the brain,
a big brother.
Yeah, big brother, the brain behind all of their actions, all of their decisions. And like Peng Peng and Qingfeng and Baishou together, they come a similar joints to DRG around the same year, and like Menglan will be the youngest brother.
And so basically we have like a father type of figure, like Guy, and then we have 3 brothers helping out with the youngest brothers. And we do see such a good team spirit has demonstrated in their performance, like for all these years. So let's look for the next game.
Take a look and take a break. All right, here we go. The
Okay,
next game, game 2.
right, the second game of tonight, and see how much changes that can be made by Suzhou KSG.
Yeah, this will be remaining as a mystery, but because I think like DRG is fully on fire, I wasn't that much worried about DRG.
Yep.
But like for KSG, I think that they need to, think more, do less. Is trying to farm towards the very end because you have slims. Obviously, you have to wait for the time to scale, right?
Like obviously they have picked a very much like a mid stage and a late stage.
Yes.
Especially for Liliana as well. They need the time to have the goal lead first and then to pose a lot more damage to Foshan DRG. So for this game, probably looking at the operation perspective, Suzhou KSG should do more in that.
Yeah, just think carefully. And for this second game from this BO7, I think Suzhou has still choose to be on the blue side, while their opponent Foshan DRG will on the red. So in the normal like BP draft, like whoever on the red side will have a better chance to counter pick. You know, you can trying to discover, trying to like observe what kind of the heroes, what kind of the combos like the blue side want to use and trying to counter back using those very good heroes.
Yep. As KSG, probably they have realized DRG is not as was not as aggressive in the previous game, and now they might like forecast them to play a lot more aggressive this game.
Yeah.
So that's why they have Zip and Slimes being banned on the put on the ban picks.
Sure, and still they're trying to take away those very late game heroes, especially for Cavani and Slims, because they have been using these two heroes and they're putting it on the banned places at the same time. And the very first pick from Suzhou KSG, I think it's very obvious. Like KSG is trying to get the priority on the marksman really heavily.
Yep. And also we can see from Foshan DRG, Zinao and also Irie. And at this stage, like for a estimations, probably Foshan DRG will still put a lot of protections on the ADC's players.
I mean, Irie can just safely stay on the bottom lane, on the top lane, the clash lane. You do not need to, give much of attention to Irie. Once Irie gets to level 4, those dragon, those ultimate is going to be helping this Irie to become a very versatile and very flexible hero. You have a lot of dashes and can just safely protect yourself on the top lane. And let's see the answer from KSG, Lomber and Maishlanui at the same time. Wow, those dashes. Those upcoming bursting damage.
And also for this version, for all the audience in front of the screen, probably you can have a better weakness of the better look at Lumber this time, because the game for this version, they actually make quite a lot of changes on Lumber.
Lumber, I think it will be like a more powerful hero, I would say. But the main logic, the main mechanism is still the same, because you can using those ultimate trying to knock down people, and but he will having those crowd control immunity while he's using the ultimate. This will be a main factor because his ultimate cannot be disrupted, and it can easily get on target at any single time. And
also,
Lorion.
Lorion, but it's very interesting that Lorion is actually a very late stage hero. So, do you think like DRG will actually play this game to the later stage?
I'm not so sure. It really depends on what kind of marksman they have. Because if you take a look, rewind a little bit back in the game 1, I think Foshan DRG is just so good at, greatly good at finding opportunities in the mid lane, right? Around mid lane and around the mid game. So yeah, I think that they still trying to focus together and concentrating in one circular motion and trying to initiate at any single second they can find. And Lorion, even though I think those damage is gonna be online at very late game, but the way he can try to initiate, the way he can try to do those AoE damage is that efficient. So I think that by doing this, by picking this hero, they can still do the same thing, like focusing on the 5 versus 5 team fights.
And then we can see the second round of ban picks, definitely all the high damage heroes except for a roaming heroes and it. And then we can see the ADCs from DRG side. Menglan picked Alexio.
Alexio and Lorion together as the two cores at the late game who thrived and scales very lately at the entire game. I was kind of worried, because they are quite missing out those early game damage.
Yep.
Maybe they will be finding something, you know, happening in their jungles because you do not have the laning, you do not have the wave priority. Maybe like KSG is trying to do something in your jungles because they have the Ata, right? They have the Mai.
Yep. And also now we have Zuka as the junglers. So probably in this stage we can actually see I'm not sure whether they are trying to have a camouflage because you know how good Baiso is, you know, for the clash lanes. So if KSG's put a lot more attention on the ADC, they might miss out. The threat might be brought by Baiso on the side.
And this is actually the same combo like yesterday. Like Easter Pro actually have this combo, Zuka and ZNL together as the very first choices in game 1. And this will be the pairs that got them the first victory from yesterday's BO7 matchups.
Indeed.
And yeah, I think this combo is great. You can see if this Zua is farming up that good with the ZNL's help with that protection and that ultimate provided by ZNL, then this Zuka is going to be invincible. But all this fact only underlined with one thing is that you have to ensure that your farming up will not be kind of interrupted by the KSG. But KSG is fully ready. You know, Lumber, Ata together, they're gonna be going into your jungles at the same time. And not to mention Lumber is offering those magical and like physical defense to the nearby like allies. So they're gonna be very tanky. I think the first round of the farms around the jungles is gonna be very dangerous for DRG.
Also would like to see how Murat will be played in this game, because yesterday we actually saw Murat being picked twice. However, the winning rate is not as positive. So hopefully tonight we can see a different kind of style that plays for Murat tonight.
Like Murat is really good. I mean, the priority of this hero in this current meta in the jungler choices is very high. It's like a T0. I would say it's a T0 hero, but the weakness is also very obvious. He's very weak, especially in the early game. So both teammates, not both, like all of the teammates needs to be careful and trying to protect and trying to ensure that Murat will have a safe and sound farming up environment.
So we are now getting ready for the game 2 of tonight's KPL qualifying match, and we will see how both teams played.
It's a very important. I do not want to highlight importance again because it will be the very last chance for these two teams trying to go in directly to the group stage. So BO7, who's going to be the winner, is going to be ensure themselves with the last spot in the group stage.
And also for tonight, that we can hear the fans' noise. You know, they are actually cheering for their teams. So hopefully the both teams can actually bring their synergies and also bring their passion into the game.
Okay, look at Ari and Zuka together trying to like fasten the pace for Pong, trying to clean this red like faster than ever, trying to make those roaming and rotations to either lanes. And Lorian getting the priorities in the mid lane. Nothing happened. Ata very deep into jungle, and Xiaoju is really dangerous. His bar is so low. What happened there?
And also we can see, you know, Ata is trying to you know, get into the opposite side jungle. However, it's just not as, you know, controlling, and it's not as good in this way.
This is the main focus. Why we think that we are emphasizing this fact all the time. You have to gain the wave priority because Mai cleans a wave like slower than Lorian, so Lorian can make those reinforcements trying to help Pong protecting the jungles.
And we can see like a lot of, like 3 of them are actually in the farm lanes, and definitely all those damage get provided post to the Lumbers is just a lot too much to bear.
Like DRG is getting those advantages in quite a surprising way, because I was not looking forward to see like Mulan being so aggressive during the laning, because I love to use Thierry when doing ranking, and Thierry is very powerful, very dominating, especially during the laning when he reaches level 2. And I think that's the main reason why DRG is helping Mulan, the Alexio, all the time. Look at the top lane. Baisho is hiding under the turrets, and the turret is going to be protecting her safe and sound. It's okay.
You can see how smooth Baisho can actually play with Ari, and like with 3 of the opponent opponents coming up to get him, to gang on him, he can still manage to escape away and then to buy more times for the teammates to pose more threats on the farm lanes.
Yeah, this is exactly like game 1, where DRG is paying their focus on the bottom lane while KSG is trying to, you know, giving their attentions to the top lane, trying to help Aze and Jingyu getting their first blood onto Baishou. But Baishou has been targeted, but I think from now, like, at this point, it's still okay.
Yep, and I think, you know, this is also a thing that worth mention is that when they are trying to like for Menglan, you know, for Zuka now, you know, having a lot of damage already done, and then Baishou coming in with the protections from Zhengnian, and that is just brilliant.
Yeah,
such a good play.
Very perfect combinations. You know, this minor skirmish, like Aze literally have nowhere to go because he's not with a flash. He can not do anything around because like the teammates are so far behind, and what he can do is waiting for the death.
Yep, so now Zinao is just waiting for the ultimate and then to see which side he should go to for the providing protections.
Ooh, a very aggressive play. Both marksmen have been using those flash, and Mai dived in, but Larian just retrieved back. Guy went in, but with no following up damage, they just have to close up this skirmish. Rush into the blue right here. KSG is waiting for this Murat to be online and successfully get the blue away from DRG.
Yep,
Good animation.
Yep, and now the thing is that, you know, for Baishou, he is just having a lot of fun on the clash lane, and then just, you know, cleaning the lanes and then farming up for himself. And then, but at this point in time, Murat is not as, you know, strong to encounter with Irie at the moment.
They still need some time to boost up, trying to farm up. Mai is everywhere. Ichi is making very efficient rotations every single time, and KSG four together trying to control the vision in the river, trying to control this very first tyrant to their side.
Yep, and this is actually a really good move because from the last game, KSG didn't have that much time to have a better control on the tyrants.
Wow, Zeno initiate a little bit, getting Mai really low. So the reason why like KSG have us so like heavily leaned on the river vision is because with the help of Alta and Lomba together, like these two tanks are extremely powerful and aggressive in the early game. They are very tanky, they can provide a lot of vision, so that DRG is simply just giving up those visions. You know, you can have this neutral objectives, but what our main focus is we're trying to make sure that Qingfeng and Menglan, which will be Larian and Alexa together, while getting to the later time, you know, the scaling phases.
So it's now really good for Mulan to, you know, farm up a little bit to provide a lot more damage to Baishou, and that Baishou will be a lot more careful in the later stage of the game.
Of course, obviously another round of the blue buffs, and KSG is just there, arrived at the right time. But for this time, like DRG, very clever move. They gather around 5 in one roll, trying to help like Pongpong securing down this blue.
Yep. And now we can see, if we look at the gold accumulations from the order, it is not as in leading positions for the gold from KSG's, but Murat's actually got a really high gold lead at the moment.
Murat is cleaning away, he's taking all the jungles from KSG, and also he's taking a part of those waves, you know, on the top side. So Aze is basically giving every single resource that he can possibly give Jingyu. So Jingyu is doubly like farming up in the early stage.
Yep, and apparently we do see Baishou still, you know, a lonely clash lane player, but, you know, a really sensitive and smooth players from Baishou. And of course we can see at the moment everyone is gathering around the Overlord to have the visions and see who can get the Overlord and the blue buff.
Yeah, this is actually a very good positioning for DRG, because Irie can just join into the upfront 5 versus 5 soon, because then that positioning Larian gets heated, but even though he dropped very low, he managed to go away with the help of Zineo. Zineo went away, and that's really dangerous. But the one thing that are missing from DRG is that there's no threat to Xiaojiu, right?
Yep.
This Tiri is everywhere taking down towers. So if you lose your tier 1 turret in the mid lane, it will be a very hurtful thing to you for you to accept. You're losing the vision, you're losing the outer gate of your jungle.
Exactly, and we can see as KSG is just memorizing the time for the blue buff.
Yes.
And then just having all these visions and provide such a good threat towards DRGs in this stage of the game.
Yes. I think KSG is looking good for this one.
Yep.
And taking down the first round of the buffs and getting those tier 1 in the mid. I think they also know that because like DRG, those cores, those Lorian and Alexo, it's just really need time to farm up. And Baisho is not letting them go with the help of the Angelic Circle as the Agai went in. But unfortunately, Baisho is taken down by the damage from KSG, and this will be it. KSG winning another skirmish in the river.
Yeah, but I think, you know, for them this time is actually have a better positions.
Yes.
Especially for Jingyu has the Murad providing all these visions towards the Dragon Pit, and now like 20 seconds before the next Tyrant's coming out.
Yes.
They have all the visions and then push DRG to the back to their high ground.
Yeah, what like KSG should be doing is just like this. You just keep grasping every single chances you can have. Force into the team fights with DRG. They can just simply cannot accept doing the skirmish right now because they still need time for those cores to deal damage. Even though the total gold is quite the same, there's not that much substantial gold differences. But you can see like KSG, that Murad 7.2k. That personal goal is just very hard to catch up on.
Yep, and also with such a good damage can be done, you know, DRG will really need to be careful because the damage posed on Mulan's Alexios can be lethal.
KSG is just, you know, trying to keep up the pace and trying to initiate, trying to engage all the time because they know they're competing with the time, you know, because if this keeps happening and the gold difference is not that huge and DRG, those cores are just online at the very late game, I think KSG is gradually losing hope, you know, as the time goes by. All right, Jingyu target in with the help of the Z-Nail. Baisho is really low, have to go back for a little while. Larian went in with no help of the rest of the teammates. He just went down Qingfeng another time.
Yep, and this is exactly what happened as you mentioned before the game because the DRG actually lack of a lot of damage in the beginning of the game, so they will actually lag behind the gold.
Look at the items for Larian, very limited. Only a Massive Agony is not that efficient to deal damage at this right time, you know?
Yep, exactly.
I think the way that DRG trying to initiate is logical. It makes sense, you know, but because they are so limited with the personal gold, like Baisho and Agai together, the Z-Nail and Ari together cannot just simply hold there for a longer time.
Yep. So now they are very much having all the Tyrants and also the Dark Tyrants on their hand. Their damage will be very high compared with the last game.
Wow, the Siege Breaker is there for Baisho. I think Baisho is waiting for this moment for a long time.
Yep. So Baisho, we will have to see how Baisho will actually try to fight back.
Yes.
Because he's definitely one of the core at this game.
And Mulan is gradually making items, you know, the Shadow Ripper is there, the Endless Edge, and still waiting for the Daybreaker to be online. I think the 3 items is all in hand. Gradually we can see that Alexios' damage is going to be giving you some pictures.
Yep. So now we can see the both teams are now getting a lot more cautious now because they do know that after 10 minutes every actions they make will be very lethal and also essentials to the result of the game.
Wow, look, I see the gold rankings here. Tiri, wow, number 2 in the gold rank. I just noticed that Tiri have a Twilight Bowl, which means that, you know, the basic attack range is gonna be increased with a huge deal.
Yep, and I still remember the day that you played this hero. You know, the speed and also the damage can be done by this hero is just enormous.
Yes. I mean, the active from Sun Chaser is going to be giving you extra attack range and moving speed for a long time, for 5 seconds. So you'll be dealing a lot of pressure to your enemies. Let's see Xingfu's brought really low with the help with the ballista. I think that KSG can just simply go onto the high ground tower.
Yep, and Zuka's at the back, try to make some stories. And whether Zuka can find a chance.
Can this be happening? I think Murat is too hard to catch with a lot of dashes, a lot of shadow, a lot of way to avoid those damages.
Wow, that's a lot of damage can be done by
Mashinui,
yeah.
Right now, like KSG is having those winning lanings on the top. Not to mention, they also have the super soldiers rushing in the midway. I would say this is a very huge lead, very huge leads towards DRG. DRG have to be extra careful.
Yep, and then it is very much to see whether KSG can get the Overlord, and then to support them a little bit for the final core of the actions.
They're just waiting for this, like surrounding, trying to make sure, like getting every single vision they can have, and just get to the Overlord, waiting for the dragons, the vanguards, to help you to push your way further.
Yep. Also, we can see when Murat is having fun with having a dance with the Overlord, Thierry actually had the ultimate, which can actually help the teammates to gain the visions from the opponent.
Well, Thierry is fully ready for the battle. Alexa went up very high, but very low into HP as well. Let's see that cannon destroyed another high ground tower from DRG. KSG is looking really good for this game, and whether they can finish it.
Yep, it is very dangerous for DRG now.
The time is still too soon, too early for those double cores to be online. Moonland with another touch with Murat. Wow, ultimate, look at the damage.
It's just a lot higher than we expected.
Alright, Pongpong is trying really hard to get to the backlines, but unfortunately it's gonna be completely blocked away by Xiaoju's Lumber.
And you know, this is the problem with Lumber. With the ultimates, it got the immunities there, and also with the second ability, it's so smooth for Lumbers.
Sometimes in HOK, you know, that version that your ultimate is going to be interrupted.
Yep.
But
now
in this current meta, it's going to be invisible all the time. Let's see, Baisho is really low. Qingfeng went in, used the blade, but went down in seconds. Baisho cannot hold it for any longer as well. And the protection, let's see, Xenial not ready to land in, but got pushed back again. DRG, it's an ace to KSG, and with the help of the Vanguard, it will be game 2. To KSG.
Right.
Good play.
Yeah, such a good play from KSG. Like, you know, we do see a lot of changes have been made for DSGs in this game.
Yes.
Yep.
For me, I think these two games resulted as the same way. You know, whoever got the early game lead will be the winner for this particular game. But for me, I think that for DRG's draft, maybe they just lack, you know, those early and mid-game damage, so that you cannot simply just drag the time to late game. Not to mention, Larian lost yesterday. Larian lost today again, the second time. So I think that Larian is still trying to figure out a better way, because I think the early and mid-game damage is not there. It's not enough for you to cover through the entire game.
So this is actually a fact should be avoided from the other teams as well. And also, one thing that is worth to mention that for Zenao, the ultimate skills for Zenao will not be interrupted if the hero has been eliminated in the game. So it will actually drop directly into the center of the battlefield. So that is different with the Liu Bang that we played in HOK previously.
There's some minor differences between Xenio and Liu Bang, but I think the mechanism works in the same way. Look at the coaches like Xingtian, extremely excited, and also I still think that KSG, they think that they can do this better. You know, they're still trying to figuring out like the better ways, more efficient way, trying to win this game with quicker speed. And for DRG, I think the main problem will be the draft. Alessio and Larian together, I just simply think that these two carries cannot just put you through
Yep.
the early phases and the mid phases.
Yep, exactly. Like if they really want to choose this kind of lineup of heroes, they need to be aware of what kind of actions or damage they can pose in the beginning of the game.
Yes.
So instead of choosing some of the heroes that only can pose high damage at the mid stage and late stage, they need to encounter KSG
Yes.
in the very beginning.
Like we've talked about this for several times, like if you are in the red side, you have those free options to do counter picks. But for me, this time, I think like DRG, they got themselves completely blocked away and countered back by KSG, because you're taking this very, very late game as the main core of your composition, given that KSG the chances to use Ata, to use Lomber, you know, trying to counter back, trying to initiate. So those early game engages, you can just always see that DRG is just not option. There's no option for them. They just have to go back. There's just not enough damage for them trying to fight back.
Yep. And it is really interesting that in this version of the game, we do see once you can have a better damage in the beginning of the game, in the early phase of the game, then you can actually receive a better winning rate. You know, for the match.
Yeah, for me personally, I think this will be a meta where the early game will be the most important phase throughout the entire game. You'd better just come around with a better form of the early game composition than the late one. Because if you lose, you'll find your enemy slowballing every single time. Everywhere they're in your jungle, they're taking control of the double dragons. And a very limited time did we see and witness the birth, the spawning time for the Tempest Dragon.
Exactly. So you can actually see the goal difference.
Yes.
From KSG side, Murad is cleaning all the neutral creatures on DRG side, and then for Xiaojiu having all these farming opportunities from the 3 lanes. So we can definitely see the goal difference is just huge, and in this way Foshan DRG might stood a lot less chance for winnings.
But you know, interesting fact, even though like Murad is so powerful, so T0, so meta, but this will be the very first time for this hero to be to win, you know, for 2023 KIC.
Yeah, finally.
Finally, we've seen this hero going up stage and being so dominating, dictating the whole game. Let's see the damage out. It's very rare for us to see a assassin jungler contributing this much of the damage. You know, 25, nearly as Maishilanu.
And also if we look at the team fight, Xiaojiu actually used Murad to start a team fight most of the time. But if you look at the opposite side, for Lorient and also Alexio, it's not like it's really hard for them to start to engage.
Hard. So hard. I mean, you just simply lack a huge deal of the damage. So you are not provided with an answer. You're not having those options, you know. Once they want to engage, once you give in, the only choice for you is going back. This is too passive. You're playing this game too passively. So yeah, I think there is something wrong. What went wrong is for the BP, for the draft. Nothing for the personal performances. All right, let's see the MVP, most valuable player, will be awarded to Jingyu, KSG, the jungler for KSG.
Yep. So we have the MVPs for junglers twice in the past 2 games, so we can definitely see the importance and also the significance of jungle players in this version of the game.
Oh, this is super cool. You see this kind of KDA, you see the team fight rate with 100%. You're definitely having the idea that this game, like Jingyu, is completely dominating the entire rhythm, the entire map. He's everywhere. He's going back and forth using the temporal turbulence, the ultimate from Murad, trying to deal those very hard damage to the backline. So he can deal 5 strike of the physical damage to enemies within the range, and he can just dash back using the first ability. Those dashes is going to be giving Jingyu those flexibility to go in and go out at the same time.
And also just for additional information, because a lot of people who use Li Bai, the dashes will be created by killing the neutral creatures. But for Murad, you can just doing the A's. You know, you just like a normal normal like fight to the in the air for 5 times, and then you can actually create the ultimates at the end.
I think that will be the main difference between Li Bai and Murad,
Yep.
because you need to maybe use your first ability to try to dash into and hit some
Yep.
enemies so that you can just accumulate your passive. But for Murad, as long as you use one dashes with the first ability, you gain those energy bars.
Yep.
So you can easily just get into the fourth one, the enhanced one, and those untargetable times will be a very hot dream for the backlines from
Yep.
your enemies. And yeah, this is one showcase of if you give that much gold lead to Murad,
Right.
and he will be a nightmare to your
Yep.
marksman.
Yep. So that's why, you know, here, as we mentioned before, for all these heroes in the games, no matter in HOK or AOV, we will have a better introductions for our friends
Of course.
in front of the
Yeah.
screen, so you can have a better understanding of how those heroes are comparing with each other.
If you have any questions, you know, something you want to know, something you really want us to introduce you for Mars, just feel free, you know,
Yeah.
tag along and give
Yep.
your messages and,
Yep.
you know, give it to us, and
Yep.
we will try to give you a better answer and feedback.
Yep.
Okay. And this will be the game 2 between DRG and KSG, and I think that 1-to-1 is what we anticipated before it happens. Maybe today we're gonna be see another ultimate battle. I don't know,
Yep.
maybe. So before the third game kicks in, let's take a short break.
Yep. Have a break.
Team has slain an enemy.
Reloading.
Blue team has slain.
Exclusively made. So, play it by ear.
Blue team has slain. Blue team has slain an enemy. 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 Blue team.
We are back for game 3, and after the first 2 games, I think like 2 teams are equally, you know, consumed a lot of our meta heroes.
So now we are actually try to see what the picks might be like, especially, you know, for the previous 2 games. They all have been played relatively aggressive,
Yes.
like especially in the beginning of the game.
I mean, aggression is what we're searching for when we're looking
Yeah.
for this meta. I think the answer is very obvious. For this meta, this KIC meta, the early game engaging, whoever got the early game advantages might have over, I would say, 70% of the
Yep.
winning percentages.
Yep. So the early game engage and also with the control and like how they get their hands on the tyrant as soon as possible. Those are very crucial factors they need to consider.
Indeed, and let's see. Foshan DRG will be on the blue while Suzhou KSG is switching to the red. For those of you who are not so familiar with the rules, it's like this. The last game loser got the priority to choose whether they want to be on the blue or the red.
Or the red, yeah.
Yes.
So now we can see Foshan DRG gave the two banning positions to Cathany and also to Prince of Landing, and in this way they can actually have a better chance to protect the ADC's players, like for Mulan, because you know Prince of Landing can always pose a threat to ADC player.
Look at who's out there like available for Foshan DRG to choose. It's a
Zip.
very surprising BP because normally like whoever got in the red side have the fixed ban place for Zip, and it's out there for DRG to choose, and I see no hesitation, and Agai will simply get his hands on the Zip. I see the counter faces. Kira is out there. Well, it'd be a fixed choice.
Yep, and Iggy just in the game. Now we can explain a little bit to the friends in the in front of the screen. Iggy is more like Shenmengxi at in HOKs, but at the end they choose Zhenren to be the support players for to provide a protection, because for Zhenren's ultimates it can always to save a teammate from dying.
Yeah, like KSG is very familiar. Those picks is just like KPL.
Yep.
Iggy choice like Shenmengxi's almost a similar hero,
similar,
like minor differences, not that important. And Lady Sun is being taken away. They're trying to separating this very classical combo, Lady Sun and Jin together, and Jin will be the final choice for KSG at the third pick, because yeah, definitely you're gonna be giving Jinyu another assassin, because Jinyu is basically on fire today.
Yep, and also, like, to be honest, is if the SKG did not choose Zhenren, probably DRG might not choose Lady Sun, because I was thinking when they're using Zip, they might have Huang Zhong, you know, to help with Zip.
Huang Zhong, will it be the choice? Because if Huang Zhong is out there without the Zip, I think Huang Zhong will be very, very dangerous. Not to mention those diving in with the Jin's ultimate, the mirror effect, the mirror domain, and like Iggy. Iggy had those very long-ranged AOE damage, you know, for Zhong. So yeah, let's see what will be the answer from DRG. And DRG has used Caphany, has used Alexio. Both heroes are very late-game hero. I think that Molan can choose, you know, to swim by for a little bit. And for this one, I think Lady Sun will be the answer, and let's see the rest of the choices. The jungler is still not yet shown, and let's see who will be the hero they choose for Pong Pong to play.
Yep, and then now we don't have we have Murat and Aoi on the ban picks from the KSG. So now we can see from their picks the next pick.
Like Aoi, Murat, Zenale, and Arlie are all gone. Lianpo again. We've shown how Lianpo can do great things in game 1 for DRG, and actually got Pong Pong the MVP for game 1.
Yep, and but this Lianpo will definitely not be the junglers. So we will see how Azu play Lianpo as a really good you know, Clash lane player.
Oh, the Clash lane player Azu is so good with the tanks. I think that personally, I think that he performs the tanks better than the soldier, better than those, for example, Ari or something like that. So he can always, you know, pick the best angle trying to initiate, and those CC gens is so hard trying to avoid. Victim for this one will be Molan. Lady Sun is going to be heavily targeted. The last two picks, Foshan DRG.
With Alien and also Dun, which is a really ordinary picks that we can see, because for Baisou, he is more like a warrior and soldier player than a tanky player. And then for Pong Pong to use Dun as the assassins, that can present a we'll see.
What are you all in for?
I was thinking like whether Alien will play as an assassin or not, because they are switching. So but at the end, Dun will play as a in the jungling positions.
Yeah, like Dun is a quite swinging choices. You can see Dun going to the top lane or as a jungler. But I think that for Alien cleans those jungles so slowly. You know, it's a very difficult task for Alien to be a jungler. And let's see the very last pick from KSG. The jungler is gonna be Jin, and the marksman. The choice is Fan. Okay, let's see. You know, after the whole composition, you can just simply get idea that KSG is looking for engage.
Yep.
They're gonna be initiating all the time. There's no backline to protect. Like Fan can have the ability to protect himself alone. You know, at the backstage because he have the second ability. Those dashes really long. So if you add together with the flash, like Fan will be having 2 dashes available within one single team fight. So yeah, I think it's safe enough.
So I think for Foshan DRG, they still need to be really aware, because for Masunui in the beginnings, it's really it will a lot slower than Iggy's for cleaning the mid lanes minions.
Yeah, this will be the very tricky thing. So I think definitely DRG, the mid wave priority needs to be helped, you know, by Aga's Zip. They should be going on the laning together, trying to fasten up the pace, where like they should bring this Mai to everywhere, not let this Mai be strict onto the mid lane, or otherwise, you know, you have no purpose, you know, getting realized by getting this Mai. If you are choosing Mai as a mid laner, you do better just making her appear at every single corner of the map.
Yeah. So we will see how DRG will encounter KSG in this game, and also to see how DRG will look to find their synergy back from the last game.
I mean, for me, it will be a safer signal from the side of KSG, because you know they have a lot of HOK heroes. So KSG's those players are gonna be more familiar with how to use this kind of heroes like in a more efficient way. But for DRG, I was kind of losing my my directions here, because I have no idea what will be happening if they are using this Zip together with Mai. I'm not so sure how they wanted to initiate, how they wanted to use the actual tactic inside this game. So yeah, it gives me a lot of curiosity, and I'm trying to find the answer throughout the game.
Yep, and also we do know how, you know, interesting Zip can play as a combo, but however at the moment we don't really see some of the teams can use Zip as more as a familiar hero.
Very, like, indeed, yeah, like yesterday, like the Young played it Zip for a one time, but I think, you know, some of the things he want to do could be done better, you know, in the future. They just simply need some more time trying to practice and get fully mastered on those heroes.
And we can see how intensive this game can be played. Just in 1 minute, we can see how Iggy and then Lianpo posting all those threats on the clash lanes to force Alien back to the fountain.
Of course, and it seemed quite peaceful, you know, for this early game engages. Those supports, those Zomer are pairing with the marksman, trying to give themselves, you know, the marksman better spaces to farm up.
Yeah, as you mentioned that you don't really see how Zip can play with Masunui, but also I don't really see how Zip can play with Lady Sun as well.
But I have strong faith towards Guy. This guy always gives a lot of surprises.
Because as a big brother.
Yeah, the big brother.
The big brother. And then now we can see a lot of people gathering in the mid lanes and try to pose a lot of some threats to the mid laners.
Yeah, that's a very good thing to do, because you have to restrict, you know, the Mai. You have to lock the Mai down in the mid lane, or otherwise your marksman might be facing a lot of danger.
Yep.
Nothing happened right now. Lady Sun is enjoying quite a peaceful time on the bottom lane with the help of Zip, dealing a lot of damage, and I think Joe is really very miserable. Alright, Zip again taking in Lady Sun. One Lady Sun back because EG is here, but he's launched by Mai. One Smider! Damn it, is just needed for them to take the first blood. But, you know, Xiaoyi has using this the ultimate,
But now I can see how Zip can provide such a good protection to Lady Sun.
oh, look at Jing from the flash, but unfortunately the first ability of Mai does not reach a target, but the damage is online. So yeah, the first blood goes to the side of DRG, and they want more. They are getting into the blue, and let's see. Lianpo out there using the ultimate to stress down, launching in few people, but unfortunately he cannot just hold it any longer. Jing is using the mirror lane, trying to hold a little bit more, but I think Jingyu is just one thing missing, 1 second down to be countered back by DRG at the same time. Ichu trying to fight for the KSG, and
Now
Mulan and
coming
Hakai is
in.
just going around with their lives. Miracle happens, miracle happens.
Miracle, yep.
This duo are solo in the HP. Mulan still one out attack is needed. Tai used his ultimate to bring himself back alive.
You know, Mulan is just a lot more aggressive in this game, and then we can see how good he is, and you know how familiar he is with the skills from Lady Sun.
Yeah, I mean this fight is really interesting because it went for a long time, where Mulan and Guy shows a very good collaboration with one another. They're very low, and they use the second ability trying to swallow Lady Sun into the Stockholm and trying to keep her like being safe for a longer time. Let's see how it actually gets started. Like Iggy and Jin finds a very good spot. You know, even though like Lianpo went down very quickly, but still like Iggy and Jin deals a lot of damage to DRG members.
And you can see Lady Sun is just having all those damage like in a very safe position.
But one thing like from KSG is that they come around and they reinforce very quickly, you know. Even though like Jingyu and Azo went down, but the reinforcement Ichi, this Iggy and Jo just comes around very fast and trying to, you know, revenge for the teammates.
Right, and now we can see Dun from Peng Peng having a really good you know, growth in the in Xiahou Dun's with 3,000 gold, and in this way Xiahou Dun will has a lot more HP.
Oh, another mirror domain just happened, the instant kill.
That was an ambush.
Yes.
Now because Jing definitely has the damage.
Yeah, those personal goal is going to be very high for Jingyu. 2-1-2 KDA. It's good. It's on the same place. Like Zip again, taking Peng Peng away.
Yeah.
Safe retreatment.
Yeah, Zip is just like a really interesting hero, you know, that can play.
Actually, Alan used to be a AOV hero. He's just a very new member to HOK.
Yep, and probably, you know, for further information, we might see, you know, some of the hero migrants to HOK in the future. You know,
those are the possibilities.
Yeah.
KSG is now leading the game because, like Jin, I have to highlight this one more. I think Jin today's performances is really, really good. He's actually the machine, you know, driving the entire team to every single direction and destination they can possibly find, and taking full control of the river objectives.
Yep, and just then we saw that Zip would like to have the second ability, you know, to get the teammates into the stomachs, but it's not as effective.
Yes.
So, you know, they really need to look for the right timing for Zip to swollen the teammate into the stomach.
Yeah. I think now it's going to be very troublesome because like KSG is definitely leading, and you're going to be dealing with Iggy's AoE poking ability all the time. Look at Kitten Bomb again, taking all HP from DRG. Mulan have to force back, and Alan went in. Look at the ultimate. He have to use a flash to get under the tower once again, but double kill is given to Baishou. I mean, the time, the angle that Baishou found digging into the team fight is just perfect.
Yep. Really good timing. That can be shown as an experience gained from by Baishou for all these years of games and tournaments. So also we would like to say, you know, for Alliance is actually a really good hero that can play against Lianpo, because it's when Lianpo had the ultimates and also have the immunities for also the CC. For the Alliance can actually use the ultimate to avoid all those CC chains.
Yes. And let's just see the replay. Like Jin is not there, and I think Adza went in like too early. So let's see, he's taking the tower aggro that much. I mean, that tower is very low in HP, but there's no one. He's trying to take it down. So it's going to be helping DRG members dealing a lot of damage on Adza, so Adza cannot just hold it any longer.
Because like for the second tower is just really minor.
Yes.
So they should actually take out the second tower first.
Yeah, just let Xiaozhu taking it down.
Yeah.
Alright, Qingfeng wanted to knock up Zhenren, but Zhenren's using the flash to deck away. Let's see the gold differences here. It's a comparison showing that how much gold that for individual roles they're having. Like Jin definitely gets higher gold compared to Peng Peng's good.
Yeah, but however, if Foshan DRG can maintain their their performance and then to farm up a little bit, then that will pose a lot of threats to KSG in the later stage of the game.
I mean, late game again. It's very surprised for today's matchup. Like DRG is always looking for those late game combos, right? For last one, Alessio and Larian, and this one, Mai and Lady Sun again. So yeah, the best hope for DRG is that they can try to stall the game to the late one. Maybe when the clock is taken to around 18 minutes, I think the damage is enough. But from now on, let's see Jingyue finds Baishou on time, but Baishou used a teleportation to go away.
Yeah, Baishou's gone, and also we can see, for the games, how much KSGs would like to start an engagement and also to start a fight. So for some DRG should really avoid a little bit first, and then after they have a certain gold and accumulated, and then have the cloth to create as an item to avoid the damage from Iggy, then that will be a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, those magical defense items are definitely needed, but I think that for now, like for DRG, they're just so eager to earn the gold so that they can buy those like physical damaging items. They have a lot of things they want to buy, but they have a very short, ways to earn the income. It's very difficult for them.
And this Tyrant is really crucial now, and then Jing is at the back, look for Lady Sun.
Yes.
Luckily, Baishou still got the sense to see the dangerous at the back, so they can now pull back and then to look for the next wave. But if they really pull back, then the Tyrants might be lost.
Like this numeral number showing is actually showing and reflecting the heart beating rate for our players, so you can see how excited, how nervous they are at this right amount of time, and they're equally like heated up, I think we are too.
Exactly. This is engagement, and then with Lianpo jumping in. However, they need to pull back because, and now Jing coming in, and then got away the Mashnuis, and then Lian for Baishou's gone as well. So it's really dangerous for DRG now because they have a lot of ways need to catch up.
Yeah, I think that just simply wandering around the river is not a very good idea or a very good decision for DRG, because you are facing 3 gold deficit, 3,000 gold deficit, and not to mention like Iggy. I've mentioned this for a long time because they are still trying to build those physical damage items. Only like don't have the Succubus cloak to trying to like manifest, trying to shoulder up those magical damage from Iggy, but that's not enough. Like Menglan cannot just simply shoulder that much damage. So if you are just standing 5 versus 5 ahead of KSG, you're gonna definitely be shouldering up those damage, which you cannot avoid with a simple smite. Like Jing secured down the Dark Tyrant again, and after 10 minutes, this Dark Tyrant is gonna be giving KSG more power, more damage, and with higher buff, I think DRG is facing a lot of difficulties for this one.
And I think a lot of audience might be interested why everyone is trying to focus in Tyrants, because in this batch of the game, damage will always be the most important factors. So if you have the Tyrants buff, then you can have a lot more damage, and you can definitely have a better ending of the game.
I think it's very difficult for DRG trying to fight back at this time slot. And yeah, honestly speaking, I think how they opened up the early game, how they actually use this zip to do in the lanings, I think they can do it better in the future if they have like much more time trying to discover what thing can be done using the zip. I think that just simply like 2 versus 2 laning on the bottom lane is just wasting the talents of zip. I really think they can make more things happen.
Exactly.
And KSG right now taking down all the outer turrets, leaving only 3 high ground tower to DRG to defend, to protect. Wow, it's so hurtful to see this because like DRG, they won the first one. I almost think that they're like fully ready for this.
Yeah, but like now, if we look at the items from DRG, we only got the cloak out, the magical defense items, but we really need Zip to have that items as well to protect to have a better protection to Lady Sun.
Sure. And right now, KSG is doing the traditional way, how to snowball, control all the jungles from their own side and control the jungle from DRG, and taking double dragons, trying to get this game to their side. Real-time gold shard, let's see. They have been building over 6,000 gold lead till now at this very moment. Shadow Vanguards are spawned. I think KSG is just waiting patiently for their for their vanguards to get on time.
Yep, and also we can see the when Lianpo is coming into to start an engagement, but Lianpo is really difficult to hold on to the damage that posed by Menglan's Lady Sun now.
Yes.
So that's why we mentioned, if Foshan DRG manage to hold themselves to about 20 minutes or 18 or 20 minutes, then they can actually have a better opportunities to win the game.
I think from this kind of time, it's not about damage. I think the item is all there for DRG, but it's a question of whether they can simply give Menglan this much spaces to deal the damage. I mean, everyone is going to be appearing at your hand, like a Jingyu with a Sage Sentry on. His body is using the mirror domain, trying to exert those damage to the frontliners, and DRG just safely protect themselves once again. And Mai is rushing in because DRG knows that if they're just simply waiting on their high ground tower, there's no way to fight back.
And I think for SKG, it's really smart for them to, to pretend themselves that want to go up to the high grounds and then end the games. But at the end, they pull down the high ground towers from DRG and then retreat immediately to prevent, further damage done on them.
The Sage Sentry is ready for Jingyu, which means that Jingyu will almost have 3 lives. If we adding together the ultimate from Zhenren.
Yep.
The Dark Tyrant is out there. DRG definitely have to give this up. If they just keep trying to fight for this Dark Tyrant, I think the same scenario is about to happen, because if we constantly being poked away, with Iggy's bombs, that bomb is being very, very detrimental for this matchup.
Yep. And then now Lianpo is coming, and also the Zhenren got the ultimate already, and however probably Zhenren is just waiting for the flash to get ready and then get in line with Lianpo to start the engagement.
Yeah, Lianpo with the flash, with those CC chains, they can initiate at any single second.
Yep. So they got Lianpo, they got Zhenren, and also Xiaoju's Fang is just waiting at the back.
Wow, like both Baisho and Peng Peng have this blood rage ready, so making themselves standing for a longer time during the team fights. Let's see, Jingyu is ready. And using a mirror domain, trying to clean away, trying to push the wave into the high ground tower, but DRG is doing whatever it can do, trying to slow the time to the late game. But I think that even with the rages, but Baisho did it! He uses it! The blood rage, trying to exchange life with Xiaoju, and Xiaoju went down even without the time to use the flash deck away.
Yeah, but they need to go home, otherwise, the crystals might be gone.
But I think it's a worthy trying, you have to take this marksman away, even though you're losing your high ground tower on the top lane. DRG rushing out, trying to get this dragon to their side. Let this be the turning point for this match.
Wow, that was a really good timing for Baiso, and also, you know, for Lady Sun at the back. Menglan is having all those damage to the opposite side.
Yeah, I think this might be a life-changing second. Let's see, Jin's ultimate Mirror Domain is being forced out, but the damage is not there because it's hitting on the front laners, but there's no waves, there's no super soldiers, so I think DRG have to go back, waiting for the vanguards to be there online.
Yep, but now we can see there are a lot more opportunities that we can see from DRG. They might choose a right timing and then start the fight, whether they can engage a better, you know, for the later game.
Yeah, I think what like Baishou just did is just showcase the personal talents, you know, even though the entire team is facing complete darkness, but you are the one, you know, you are the one person who stands out, shining out for the entire team, finding the only one slice of hope, trying to get to the marksman, and you just magically did it.
Absolutely, and the angles and the timings was just brilliant.
Not to mention, it's paired with Jin, it's very, very hard to kill.
Yeah. And now, like we can see after that round, Foshan DRG definitely got a lot more confidence,
Yes.
like in them, and then they are looking for a fight now.
Just grabs one slice hope to break through. But yeah, after this, you know, if you look at this game in a wider vision, it's still like KSG is leading like hugely. They have a lot of gold lead, they have extra life, they have a lot of vision control, they have those AoE damage ready for the battle, and not to mention they have 2 high ground tower, which means that the top and the bottom lane is going to be super soldiers, those very tanky objects are going to be helping KSG a lot with the wave pushing.
Yep, so now they are at the back, looking at a fight and engagement. Unfortunately, Zip's gone, and then but Alliance at the back is just coming in.
Oh, look at
Baiso
Baishou!
there.
Dive in and using the ultimate, get closer to Fun. Fun cannot be ready any longer with the Sage Sentry. I think he can revive back using the second ability to dash into the Lady Sun with the dashing, but the damage is just too much to bear. Lady Sun magically survived using one slice of the dashes, trying to get the basic attack going on, but sorry, because there's no extra damage for Lady Sun, so he magically just went down. It's another winning game for KSG, 1-4 trade. I think KSG can just safely smile at the very end.
Yeah, I think Baiso tried his very best, but there were just too much lives.
They really tried. They really tried. Baishou still tries very hard, trying to clean the wave with the Sage, and he goes back again with the Destiny, even buys more time.
Ooh.
Gets him alive, and Mai is online. DRG just saved themselves again with a very amazing performances by Baishou. I'm speechless right now.
Yes, like a hell of a flight.
Yes. I mean, the Sage Sentry, the Destiny, like Baishou is simply buying himself extra, I would say like 5 seconds, trying to wait Qinfeng to be alive again.
Now the Tempest Dragon's out, and basically the both teams are trying to see whether they can get the Tempest Dragons on their side or not.
Oh, but the top lane, look at the super soldiers. It's gonna be giving you a lot of trouble, you know. You have to speed up if you are looking for the Tempest Dragon, but I think that KSG is not looking for the dragon, he's looking for the engagement he wants to initiate. Peng Peng using the Unruling Blade to go much further. Look at the crystal, the super soldier, the Fawn is rushing to the base. I think he wants to steal the crystal.
Back.
Look at the damage. Xiaojiu there's nothing wrong with Xiaojiu's ability. I think, yeah, it will be game 2 KSG, finally.
Yeah, congratulations to KSG, and that's how much pressure were actually there for Foshan DRG.
There's a lot of things, you know, going on for Foshan DRG trying to digest. You are lost. You have lost 3 high ground towers.
Yeah.
You're facing so much trouble. You're facing those AoE damage always like constantly provided by Iki. So yeah.
Yep.
I think they did their best.
Exactly. Like, especially, you know, how Baiso was actually playing there and then saving the high ground towers and then saving the crystals to wait for Zip and also Masunui's to come out. You know, that was just a brilliant play by Baiso.
You know, as a result, I think that like Foshan DRG lost. Definitely, it's a truth. But for Baishou, those performances, those very outstanding performances, you're now losing.
Yeah, those like highlighting, you know, performance, and that actually should be counted as one of the one of the best highlights at the moment for tonight. So I think, you know, although it's unfortunate for Foshan DRG to lose the game, but if they can actually have a better control on the damage in the beginning phase, then they might stood a chance at the end.
We are sitting quite far from the stage. Oh, look who she is. Hello.
Yep,
like Nora will be on the casting stage for tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for her tomorrow.
And so thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. And Nora is going to be giving us those very good interviews with us, with the players after today's matchups is getting closed.
Exactly.
And as I said, like we are very far from the stages, and we have those window like shielding us away from the audiences, but I can still hear the crowd screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Just now.
We can feel that, especially with the drums, and also we can see how the fans would like to use the drum to provide a lot more cheering atmosphere to Foshan DRG. Worth to mention, Foshan DRG is from Foshan, a really good place that is well known for lion dance, and that's why the drum were so important for cheering them up.
Of course. I mean, this game is definitely like spirit lifting, I would say. We were completely fired up by the performance by both teams. Like these 10 players are doing their best. KSG is just finding so hard trying to engage, trying to do those very good team fights. Especially, I want to highlight one person like Jingyu, Jin. Like basically, he's control every single rhythm at the early and mid stage.
I think it was in about 5 minutes when Jing had the ambush on Lady Sun.
Yes.
And at that time, Lady Sun, Foshan DRG actually decoupled a little bit on the farming lanes.
Yes.
So the importance from the Jings is actually very much demonstrated in the game.
Yes. I would say like DRG performed way better in the late game than the early ones. So if you are giving yourself a better, beginning of this journey, I think that it will be less like trouble, less difficulties for them to trying to consume in the late game. But I have to say this one more time, like Baisho, this alien is doing whatever he can do. This is the most things he can do.
I think that is also the experience from Baisho that we can see, and also in later games, I think for Foshan DRG they can actually start to look back in the last 2 games and then to see whether they can stood a better chance and then look for better opportunities in the beginning phase of the game.
But one more thing, like Xiaojiu, because when those Tempest Dragon is calling all the attention, we saw those minion waves, from the top, from the mid, are rushing into the crystal. It's a very obvious sign for Xiaojiu. It's your time to shine. You just go up there and get the crystal and end this game, please.
Definitely. And also we can see how much pressures, like even for us when we play the game, when we are trying our very best to try to get our hands on the Tempest Dragon, but if we look at our own crystals, like all the super minions are actually moving in. Of course. Those kind of pressure are just way too difficult to bear. On the show,
there's no regret for DRG because by that moment we can all just simply get the idea that it's all in for them, all in or nothing. We do not want to deal with the minions anymore. We just want to fight for the Tempest Dragon. Maybe if they did it well, it will be an ace to them.
A bit of chance.
Yes, a bit of chance. Very good ones.
Brilliant. And let's look at the dashboard. I think both sides tried their very best.
Yes. It's a 100% pure, perfect team fights, and we can see a very good demonstration of how you can use the macro trying to snowball, trying to give yourself a lot of a goal lead by KSG. And if you talk about a little more about the macro of the early game from DRG, definitely I think they can use this zip better. I've been talking about this during our cat because I see very limited usage of the zip.
And also with the with some of the skills and abilities from Zip, they need to be more familiar with this particular hero. Otherwise, it cannot provide such a good protection to the teammate.
Yes. I mean, Zip, because of the very special mechanisms of Zip, can swallow the whole
team.
The whole team and the minions as well. So he can try to give extra time for their mid laner or their marksman to clean the way faster than their opponent did. And sometimes you can make this minor things going on, not only, you know, to pair up with a marksman trying to get you a winning lane.
Yep.
I think that they can get this ready with a fuller understanding.
Absolutely, yeah. And also, if we look at the dashboard, Ichu got 48% of the total
crazy.
damage, and that is a huge magical damage that can be done on the opposite side. And also, probably at this point, we can say that DRG can create a lot more magical defense items in the mid game, so they can avoid the damage posed to them by Iggy.
Yes, I mean they're struggling really hard during the mid game because they're struggling between, you know, what will be the exact item we have to purchase.
Yep.
We have to build ourselves with a better, you know, tankier body, but at the same time we want to, you know, deal like extra damage. It's completely understandable. But let's just give our clap,
Congratulations.
you know, generous congratulations to Jingyu again.
Yep.
Double MVP.
Double MVP for tonight, and also his Jing was just amazing.
It's amazing.
A lot of engagements, like right timings,
Yes.
right spots, and that is also a good sense of the jungling playing.
And then for me, sometimes I think, you know, the KDA, the damage, the total golds, the gold per minute, this kind of data is like just simply boring, you know. You really need to consider
Yep.
with this data, because you have to see what did this Jin, this assassin do inside the game. It will be like fully on Jingyu to trying to fasten up, trying to grab those very like monumental kills for the
Yep.
team.
And also we can see how much damage can be done by Jingyu at this point. And also we can see this is the engage that we just mentioned, the ambush.
You know, 1 versus 3 and
Yep.
managed to take down the marksman with
Yep.
him. So cool.
And
Yeah.
now we can look at Jing moving in and then posing all those threats to the course. Mashinui got took away, and you know, that is the Jing, that is the assassin that we look for in this match.
I mean, for some of you who are so familiar with AOV, maybe you're not that good with how to comprehend Jin. So this is a very popular hero from HOK, and we
Exactly.
can see as long as you give a lot of like gold lead to this assassin, he will be everywhere. So the basic mechanism how to use the hero is like you have your ultimate, which is called the mirror domain. So you will be giving yourself a very like long range like mirror domain, so you can travel through a lot using your ultimate, switching on, switching back, and trying to deal damage to the backlines.
But you have to be very aware, as Tianyun just mentioned, because if you have a good goal lead, that you can present a lot of damage.
Yes.
However, vice versa, you might, you know, having a massage to your opponent.
I mean, I think that all the assassin junglers share one thing. It's like high risk, high reward, you know. If you are leading, you're going to be given a lot of credits to the entire game. But if you're losing, if you're like far behind the enemy, the assassin, I think, it's going to be very hard to try to turn over.
Yep, and that's why, you know, there is another hero called Princess of Prince of Landing. Yeah, that's a better choice, you know, a more average choice.
Yes.
Yep.
I think we still have a lot of chances, possibility to see more heroes being picked out, because it's only the third game. And tonight it's going to be another night for the BO7, so if he's going to be winner, it still remains as a question mark for us.
Who knows?
Yeah, so before the game 4, let's take a short break and we will be back.
Have a drink.
Red team has slain an enemy. Red team. Red team killing spree. slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team.
Now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here's to the moment. Here's to the moment.
All right, we are back and we are live at the fourth game between Foshan DRG and KSG. I have to highlight this because normally when we're casting ABO7 matchups, I always think the fourth match will be the most important one.
Yep, and there is a reason for that because, like, if we do have the fourth game and then it goes for 2-on-2, and there will be a high possibility that we might see an ultimate battle.
Safely speaking, 99%. 99% of possibility we're gonna see the ultimate battle again. And yeah, I still hold a lot of curiosity because this will be two completely different teams.
Yep.
So their answer to the ultimate battle might be different.
Yep.
Because you can see their picks here. It's a lot more different than yesterday's.
Yep.
So they're mixing up, those HOK and AOV heroes better than yesterday's matchups. We're seeing there's not all, AOV heroes within even a single composition. They're mixing things up. I think it's a very good signal.
And a lot of people might actually mention that sometimes they might see a AOV hero to be prioritized in the game. But I would like to say it's not that kind of case. It's just like how the team's understanding on AOV's hero and to see how to combine those AOV heroes within HOKs and then to see how to have a better combo for the engagement fight.
I really like, honestly speaking, I think the underlying reason, some buried under the truth, is that because these are the new heroes, so sometimes those players gonna be having those troubles, trying to discover the weakness of the newly added hero. So that will be another reason making that hero seems to be more powerful than ever. But I think that for me, those standards, those data, those weight, and those winning percentage are equally the same. No matter you are a HOK hero or AOV hero, you all share the same rate to win. Alright, Prince of Lanlin is gonna be the first choice from DRG, and still it's a swing choice because it can swing to the support or the jungler.
Also, like by choosing the Prince of Lanlin, they can actually present as a question mark for KSG to they have to consider whether Prince of Lanlin will play as a roaming position or a jungling position. And now we can see a very famous hero, Princess Frost, to be picked out by KSG, and also it is really famous mid lane hero.
Yes. Princess Frost. It's a very good hero actually. He cleans away really fast, and those AOE like slowing down. Those CC chains are very powerful if you consider it within the team fights. If you pick this kind of hero, I would say that KSG is showing the signal that they will be trying to form up with a composition better at team fight. Those 5v5 team fights at the late game might be what they're searching for. And ladies and will be the pick from the side of KSG, and let's see the counter pick from DRG, like Thierry again with Iggy.
So now at the end, DRG will find a good way to have a early stage damage now. So now let's look at the second round of ban pick. We got Aoi to be banned on KSG side, so that can actually prevent some of the poking opportunities from DRG.
Yeah, this is a very traditional one because DRG have Iggy as a mid laner, so which means that you will be able to have those poking abilities. So they have, like KSG have to put a stop sign so that, DRG, we have to like restrict choices when it comes to those assassins because you have a lot of enough like pokings here. So we have to avoid dealing with the fact that there's assassin everywhere, like might happening at a lot of spaces or on known brushes.
And also Zuka Musashi took out. So this is very important because if they they have Musashi out, then Musashi will have a really good CC chain with Princess Frost.
The choices to jungler is quite small actually. There are not a lot of very meta hero being available here to pick because it's a global BP, so each team can only use a hero once. Not to mention that your opponent can still use a bans here to trying to restrict your choices. And the reason why they're taking this Aoi and Murata away is because like KSG are so definite this Prince of Lanlin is gonna be a support, right? Not a jungler. They're trying to force this Prince of Lanlin into the jungles so that I think they have a better like understanding trying to counter. They have some strategy design here.
So at the end, we can see KSG definitely forced the Prince of Lanlin to be the jungler because now DRG got Ming to be the roaming in the roaming positions, and then also for clash lanes, Baisho will use the Varus for this game.
Alright, like see Guan Yu, this is the very first time for Guan Yu to be picked from 2023 KIC. It's a very surprising effect, actually.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yep. Because normally we will see Guan Yu to be picked by Baiso,
Yeah.
you know, from the previous games.
Very iconic hero for Baisho.
Yeah.
But yeah, Virus is okay, and I think as to the laning, like Virus can definitely sort a lot of pressure on Guan Yu because Guan Yu has a very special mechanism, which means that he will be accumulating those energy bars quite quickly. He relies on those energies to be that versatile, to be that flexible for the team fights. So if like Guan Yu is getting constantly stopped by those opponents, those lanings can be very miserable for Guan Yu.
Yep. And also we can see Aya got the purifications as a skill that can actually prevent the some of the damage presented by Prince of Landing.
Yeah, this is a very interesting design for Aya. I like this a lot because there's a very similar hero in HOA called Yao, right?
Yep.
They're both those very good supporting heroes, protecting heroes, you know, trying to make sure that your marksman stays safe at the very late end. But also he can use a common skill trying to give and boost up your marksman. The Purify, you can use this effect on your marksman as well. So it's like you can carry the second common skill.
Absolutely.
This is really good, very powerful skill.
And also, what is interesting is that from the audience, we can see a banner says DRG, don't get overwhelmed on your head. That was actually a really good sign because we do see how DRG is an aggressive team.
Of course.
But definitely for tonight, we do see they're a lot more calmer. Other than the first game.
And not to mention the playing style, the pick, the choices of the draft, you know, it's a very surprising fact that DRG have such heavy lean on those late game heroes. Yeah, even I am so familiar with DRG because I've been casting their game for a long time, even over 5 years or so. So they are choosing those late game heroes. It really surprises me. But which means that if we are taking this a very long time right now, it's a BO7, the maximum number of before the ultimate battle will be 6 games. So maybe they're saving a lot of early game aggressive heroes.
Yeah, that will be a possibility. And also those once they get into the ultimate battle or at the later stage of tonight's games, they can actually choose some of the heroes that they're really familiar with to play in an early stage.
Look at this. It's very miserable for Guan Yu doing the laning with Virus. You'll be constantly interrupted. You know, Virus is so flexible.
Yep, and then we can see that both sides are really trying and then to get the advanced head. And then now we can see how Terry is linking with Ming to present a higher damage.
Tyria with Ming, I think it's a very good combo. Even though they're from different two versions of the games, one is from HOK, one is from AOV, but they paired up so perfectly because Tyria, I think it's a very good, very powerful, very aggressive laning heroes. Now during the laning phases, this hero have a very long range and those auto attack speed are really fast. So you can deal those damage to the marksman, whoever's doing the laning with you, giving them a very hard time.
Yep, and for the friends who are not familiar with Ming, and Ming can actually link with a particular hero and then present a higher damage, or it can switch to a yellow form that can present a higher defense abilities.
Yes. And for Aya, the reason why I think Aya is better than Yao is because Aya can get onto the shoulder of his teammates when he gets to level 2 instead of get to level 4. So his ultimate is another initiation skills trying to give those knock him back with the enemies. So when he gets to level 2, he can just easily get onto the shoulder of the allies and trying to protect it once again. Jinfeng tapped in really hard and they brought ladies in that low, but with a flicker, with a flash, Xiaoju just saved himself alive, keep himself alive for the time.
Yep, and also for KSG, they need to be very careful because Lady Sun is a lot more about a mid-stage or later stage hero. But if we look at Terry's for Mulan, with the connection of Ming, how fast he can play and also how much damage he can do, it's only less than 3 minutes. And look at the tower.
I mean, for the 3 marksmen we have from AOV, I think both Thierry and Caffany all shows a lot of like advantage during the laning phases, and that will be their advantage. Let's see, Prince of Lining is on his way, and Chen Feng using the bomb, trying to shred out a little bit HP away from KSG, but KSG just safely goes back under the turret, and that won't be safe enough for them, trying to figure out what will be their next move when the waves are here.
And also, like for Prince of Landing, probably he can, you know, provide a lot more visions for the teammate. Otherwise, you know, it's really easy to catch on, to have a caught on Ming, and then also Ming. Once Ming got disconnected, then it's really difficult for him to, you know, gain a better, you know, a use for the marksmen.
You know, sometimes we put a little comparison between Prince of Lining and Sinestro because they all can share those invisibility during the game. But one thing different about Prince of Lining is that when you are near the enemies, your enemies are going to be warned by this exclamation mark on their hand. So it's showing that you are within the range, but you still can keep your invisibility going on by acting nothing, by doing nothing.
Exactly, and also for Prince of Landing, if you are invincible and then you are around the your enemies for about 3 seconds, then you will be visible again.
Yes.
However, for Sinestro, you can stay there as long as you want.
Yeah. Sinestro is very interesting. I was so looking forward to see this hero being picked. I really want to see how they performed using this very special mechanisms, and I think it's gonna be appearing. It's gonna be picked. We're gonna see this.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because like if you are playing AOV and then you use Sinestro, you will see the opponents will have all the abilities everywhere to try to find her out.
Very interesting thing, I think. Oh, Each has been very aggressive using the flash, trying to initiate, slowing down a lot of enemies, and Aga is being brought very low, but fortunately it's enough for like spaces and time for him to go back.
Yeah, luckily it's in the beginning phase of the game. Otherwise, with Guan Yu cutting in like that, everyone will be gone.
Guan Yu is one of their signature hero for Aze as well, because he loves to use this hero trying to initiate. He is always circling back, trying to initiate, finding the opportunity for the team. And yeah, I have a very high expectation for Aze to play this Guan Yu for this game, and let's just wait and see what kind of initiation can Aze give to the entire team. I think he will be a very, very, very core hero and player for this one.
Yeah, I think in this game, Prince of Landing, like for Peng Peng, he need to find a really good tactics to see whether he can, you know, ambush or cut the ADC like Lady Sun from the other side.
Baishou trying to provide a lot of more vision for DRG. But for viewers, I think that if the second bully does not miss a target, get a target, the first bully will be very hard to get on. But Jinyu is just absorbing too much of the damage, and DRG magically get one more kill to their side. And let's see what will be the rest, because the jungler went down, but the Frigid Prison just froze Thierry down there, but there's too distant away, so there's nothing KSG can do.
You know, this is a really good teamwork, because once Menglan has been frozen by the Princess of Frost, and then Baishou straight away use the flash to come in, and then to keep the distance away from the from his opponents, so to keep Menglan to be safe.
I mean, Inchu really have a very professional prediction as to where your positioning might go, right? He predicts simply like every single movement and every single direction that like the DRG members is gonna go. The Frigid Prison is very precise as to where to put it. But like for KSG, I think that they still need to find some room where the following up damage can be connected once the Frigid Prison is online.
And because like for the later game, once the as you mentioned, the prison is online, and then once the winter is here, there will be a lot of damage, like magical damage done on the on DRG.
Yeah, I think this match, like 4th game for these two teams, it's gonna be long, because I think that after a short break, both teams have been taking a short break and, you know, trying to calm themselves down for a little bit, and you can literally see the heated like wending away. They're making like more cautious decisions in trying to have this game. Because for the side of KSG, if they win, they are getting to the match point in a BO7. But for Foshan DRG, they're again, they want to chase it back. A 2-2 is so much better than a 1-3.
Absolutely.
Red team has destroyed
And now
a
we can
tower.
see for the good thing to have Terry is that it's very similar to Fang when
Yes.
in terms of to tear down the towers. So for KSG, they need to be very aware of how they are now trying to clean up the minions and also to farm up as well as to pull down all those turrets from them.
We can see that the Lady Shen is farming up quite good. I mean, the personal gold and with a 100 KDA, you can see the damage is gradually getting up there.
Yep.
Alright, Jingyu is a bit distant up with the rest of the teammates, but luckily, like DRG has no CC chains over there. And look at the gold rankings here. Molan and Pong Pong are farming up so quickly.
Yep.
Very
And
hard
also,
to catch it up.
as you can see, this is a good thing about using Princess Frost to have to be in the mid lanes is because it can clean up the minions so fast
Yes.
and to help the teammates to move around as a two-man.
Like roaming and like ganking is what really matters to this meta, right?
Yep,
What
exactly.
the mages should do is do roam and do ganks. So yeah, it's a basic logic why like Princess Frost is so popular at this meta, because the very quick like wave cleaning method.
Wow, you see Terry
Yeah, everywhere.
everywhere.
Everywhere. Sun Chaser is already done. Oh, Guan Yu has a very nice positioning.
Yep.
Very far behind.
But
They want
Prince
to
of London need
initiate.
to be very
Let's
careful.
see Jerry. Oh, nice move. The flash
Oh.
just successfully dash away. Like Aze is at the right angle. But look at how fast and Molan uses the flash to keep himself safe for a longer time. And right now they're circling and trying to ambush Aze. And Aze really low. Only 3,000 HP is remain. And Iggy gets the kill for DRG. Another 0 trade for 2.
That is really difficult for Aze to get away, especially with Prince of Landing slow him down
Wow, that's reaction here.
so fast. Yeah, that's what we call a pro player.
Pro player. I only have my eye on the side of Guan Yu, and he or her has already pushed the button,
Yeah.
used the flash.
Blue team
Exactly.
has destroyed a tower.
So now we can see how smooth DRG is within this game compared with the previous two.
Yes. Oh, right now, 4,000 gold lead, nearly 5,000 for DRG. And as long as DRG can keep this pace going on, I think that it will be quite a easy game for them trying to get. But one threat, always, if KSG have this Guan Yu, you have to be extra careful.
And Guan Yu is now once again at the back.
Always trying to seize the opportunity here. Winners here is ready, slowing down those members from DRG, but DRG is just ready to retreat.
Yep, and Prince of Landing is looking for Guan Yu again. And worth of mention that, you know, for Foshan DRG, when they are now entering a upwind situation, it's a lot more comfortable for them to play compared with the downwinds.
Exactly. Wow, look at the attacking speed. I could possibly see through this. Like, those speed is just speechless at this point.
And now they have the minions at the in the midways, so probably it's really difficult for them. Wow, that is about 3 seconds for Terry's to tear down the tower.
Crazy. Yeah, this is what happens, you know, if you give those late game marksmen
Look
a
at
lot
the
of gold
overlord.
lead.
Look at the overlord.
Cannot
Oh
bear with
my
any
God.
seconds. You can do this solo, you know. You can solo with this overlord.
Yeah, so Landing, you can stay away, you know. So that's the problem, you know, for KSG. Even though Guan Yu can find the right place, then you can still have, you know, by Peng Peng to have the Prince of Landing at the back, protecting the backliners.
Of course. Let's see the rest, KSG. It will be a very hard challenge for them, trying to keep things going on because they are losing a lot when it comes to the gold. The whole teams are trying to chase up, but I think that this difference is such a huge wall to climb. It's very hard for them trying to like keep up with the pace. And Joe, they're still waiting for Joe's items, and only Aya, I think it's not enough trying to protect Lady Sun when there's some kind of team fights happening on stage. And Derry again, even without a minion's help.
Yep, and then now the Daybreaker set already appeared.
Yeah, let's play the goal differences. Oh, 10,000.
Wow, 10,000.
It's only 13 minutes.
Yep. And now we're like with the two vanguards is here, that you can see the tower is basically nothing.
KSG still holds some hopes, you know, trying to turn this over, but I think those magical moments will be happening when we see 18 minutes. They still need to earn themselves 5 more minutes trying to give those items online.
Exactly.
But I think from DRG's perspective, they're not giving you this kind of chances this time.
Yep, and DRG is definitely marching towards the high ground tower with the big vanguard, and then you can still see how much damage can be done by Terry. And then now Terry's still marching on top of it, but luckily with Princess of Frost, they have successfully cleaned up the wave. But
wow, look at the unruly blade is not there enough to save Jinyu's life. Look at the super soldiers rushing into the crystal. DRG is just trying to find a perfect angle, trying to get down this crystal for them. It will be the 2-2, very important match for DRG trying to fight for, and now they're just one step close to a 2-2. Let's see, KSG forcing themselves. It's a 4 versus 5. Can they do this? Can they defend their own base? Prince of Lightning went in. It's completely targeted, but Guan Yu went down one more time. It will be a double kill to Terry, and Prince of Lightning is there. There's a triple kill.
Is having fun just next to the crystal, and then now, ladies and gentlemen, we have DRG back in line, back on fire, and they have successfully got the fourth match on their hand.
I'm already ready for the ultimate battle. I was trying to figure out what will be their answers to the ultimate battle, because you can see these teams are equally competitive. You know, they can just, as long as they have those very confident combos or comfortable hero picks during the draft, they have 100% confidence to make this victory in their pocket.
Yep, so what we would like to see is how now we can find out the team spirits and the synergies from Foshan DRG, just like the first game. And then now KSG need to look for a way to break this kind of feelings, like atmosphere from DRG.
But you know, if you rewind and to take the previous 4 games in total, you will find that when DRG is the winner of the game, they're taking it, you know, with faster pace. They're taking it with higher gold differences, which means that when they are leading the game, they will be like performing more dominantly.
Exactly.
This is one true differences between these two teams. When KSG is fighting for the game, when they are actually waiting for example, third one, they actually spend a lot of time trying to make that victory happen.
Exactly.
It will be harder for KSG trying to win a point from DRG.
Yep. So, like for DRG, just for further information of the audience, like Foshan DRG is more like a team to fight their way through in the early stage, and then for KSG it's more like an operational team that would like to spend the time to have the layouts within the games. So for KSG, they need to find a way to balance out the gaming process within the game.
I think that like DRG, if they can just simply get a better like laning phases to themselves during the draft, I think they still stand with a higher chance, you know, to be the leading one inside the game. Because definitely we can see something missing from KSG, the initial settings, especially for this game, like the early game, like KSG is taking up so much pressure on the bottom lane, and on the other side, they're also taking the pressure on the top lane as well, which means that we we only have 3 lanes, but you're losing in 2.
Exactly.
So how come you can, build
Yep.
some advantages in the early game?
Yep. And also in the later stage, probably in game 5, we will see a lot more HOK heroes
Yes.
might be picked out because for the early stage, AOV heroes has been already made their presence in the games. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have a lot of experience in HOK, you will see your familiar heroes to be played in the later stage.
Yeah, if I remember this correctly yesterday, it will be the game 5 where we
yeah.
see Daqiao and Fuzi
Yeah,
together,
yeah,
right?
Daqiao, Fuzi,
From
yeah.
Wuhan Isapro and Beijing Weibo. So yeah, let's wait and see what will be the choices for these 2 teams in game 5.
Yep, absolutely. And if we look at Terry, a complete lead in
A
the
monster,
gold.
monster like he has a very fast speed when it comes to farms.
Yeah, and also especially with the link of Ming.
Yes.
Like all the damage, all the attacking speed, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, frankly speaking, after the draft, you can possibly know that. Just set aside with the wave priority in the mid, like Foshan DRG are definitely dominating on every single lane,
Yep.
on the top, on the bottom. And yeah, if you compare like Iggy towards Princess Frost, I think like 6-4. I mean,
Yep.
Iggy still holds a better chance to clean away faster. It's a 3-lane advantage game
Yep.
for DRG, so definitely
Absolutely.
DRG is gonna be like doing this
Yeah.
to KSG.
And also, like, Guan Yu is, although Guan Yu is like moving all around,
Yep.
but he just cannot find the right place
Yes.
and the right timing to cut the back. And that is also a really good contribution made by Peng Peng with the Prince of Landing.
That entrance near the jungle will be KSG's only hope, but unfortunately, like Az's entrance, that ultimate is completely being blocked out by Mulan's flash.
Yep.
It will be a very, very key, important moment for KSG.
Yeah, let's look at the MVP. Definitely,
So
we
cute.
have Menglan.
That poster for Thierry is so cute.
Yep.
Super cute.
So also, as we mentioned, the youngest player in Foshan DRG, but always being looked after by the 4 brothers in the team. A really good synergy within, and also we can see how much protections that has been made to Menglan during the game.
I mean, come on, 4-0-3 for KDA, which means that he was dominating the entire game all the time long. I mean, he's not being taken out for even once.
Yeah.
So let's see like how dictating he is during the game. Like Mulan is everywhere paired with Min, a very good help, you know, trying to boost himself up with better and like more damages.
Yeah, and also for the good thing is that Ming, when it's connected with Ming, Ming can always share the HP
Yes.
to him.
Yeah, he'll be protected by the ultimate, huh?
Yep.
This will be one demonstration of Min's ultimate trying to protect this Thierry better. And at the very last, I think Thierry got a triple kill to Mulan.
Yep, exactly. So congratulations to the MVP for Menglan.
I mean, today, all the cores, all the backlines are on fire. Those MVPs are like Mulan, and those MVP for KSG are Qingyu, right?
Yep.
Will be the 5th
Right.
match between these 2 teams.
Wonderful games.
Wonderful games, wonderful games.
Wonderful games.
Like today's matchups leave me a lot of impression. I have super strong impressions on that 3rd one, and the 4th one. You can see how easy for DRG if they had managed to get a better
Exactly,
draft.
like a better draft and then like a better early stage
Yes.
of engagement. Yep.
So those lanings are extremely essential, you know, for this current meta because those things are started to going on initially at the very setting. So I think those winning lanings is really, really mattering the result.
Yep. So for KSG, especially for the next game, they have to make a better counter pick towards DRG's heroes of choice.
But another thing is, sometimes, because it's a global BP, so those heroes that you have used before cannot be picked again by your side, which means that you have relatively more restricted hero pool to choose. It's very free. We really like encourage our fans to have this kind of interaction with us. So if you have any chances, you know, to be in Shanghai, to get to Shanghai Gaming Center, please join us.
Yep, you definitely have an immersive experience right in the scene.
Okay, so this is game 4 for this BO7, and we will take a short break, and we will be back soon.
Yep, see you later.
And the 5th game for Suzhou, KSG, and Foshan, DRG is about to kick off.
Yep, finally we are back on game 5 and also would like to see what kind of ADC's heroes might be picked out in this game.
Yeah, it's very obvious at this matter. I think that if you're willing to give your entire team those winning lanes, especially on the bottom lane, you're possibly going to be winner. Because like this meta, those marksmen, the farming effort marksman is extremely important.
Yep.
And let's see those hero being picked from Mulan. Caphany is gone, Thierry is gone, Alexia, okay, I think it's not a waste of hero pool because it's not that meta. And Lady Sun both taken out, so yeah, both accepted. So Mulan still have a Slims where KSG have a one chance to use Caphany.
Yep, so we might see both of the hero on the band.
Oh yeah,
on the band positions, and also, you know, for tonight it is very interesting to see that the ADC heroes are actually having such a highlight performance in the game.
Yes.
Because before we were actually saying that with this batch of the game, the survival space for ADC players is actually very limited.
Yes, exactly. And let's see, Suzhou KSG is on the blue side and Foshan DRG on the red can do the counter picks, and let's see whether Slims and Caphany at the same time will be banned from these two teams. Liliana again, the last one. Let's see whether it's gonna be Caphany. I think it's it.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Caphany's gone.
The Zip is there. Zip is available for KSG to choose.
So we might see a purple-looking creature.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this they have to get their hands on this. I mean, for 3 times, like yesterday and today's matchups, as long as you have this hero on the blue, you're definitely gonna get it.
Yep. And then we have Zhenren to be shown on the DRG side, and also Prince Frost. So in this way, with the support of Zhenren, the gold might be up in a better position.
Yeah, because of passive, you know, Zhenren is gonna be offering extra gold to the marksman or to the nearby enemies, depending on where he is.
Yep. Don't get overwhelmed.
Oh, it's just gonna be it. Sinestra.
Exactly. I was like,
no.
oh, come on.
Switch to Zuka.
Yeah. I was about to say that, wow, we have Sinestra.
Yeah.
But now Zuka, Huangzhong, but that's the a really good combo, like Huangzhong and Zip.
Zip.
Yeah.
And Zuka as well. I think Zinao, whether it's gonna be the choice. Murad again being picked from DRG. This hero really suits Pom Pom well.
Yep.
So I was kind of Zinao taken off the table. One definitely answer, because we've been seeing those combos are really, really powerful through the 2 days of the games.
Exactly.
But I still think something's missing. Like DRG have to form up those winning lanes, especially they need a winning lane on the top side, or otherwise Murad is going to be fearing those jungles being invaded by KSG.
So Mai is gone, and then for Ali and Garo. So those two are the heroes, but Garo was not used as much by Menglan before, but Menglan is really good at using Arlie.
Like Arlie have a very long range comparing with the other marksmen available, and also can deal those true damage, and he will like prioritize to get those shield off away from the frontliner, so it will be a very hurtful feeling experience for the frontliners. So yeah, definitely gonna get this Garo off, and they're struggling. They're trying to hesitate between this Fawn and Cancer Yu maybe.
I think they would choose Fang a lot better, because Menglan is not using that much as the all those standing type of ADCs.
Yes. I mean, these two heroes are completely different, but the same thing is that they have to get Menglan those dashes. You know, if it's a country, they are hugely rely on the second ability. You have to you immune to the physical damage, so you have to make sure that you stay safe all the time because the rest of the teammates might not give you that much attention and protection. All right, this is interesting. Whether Sun Ce will be the final choice, because this is a very good hero from HOK with a very special design, and it is fixed up. It goes on to the top lane as a top laner to KSG.
So we call him the captain, like Sun Ce. So he can actually, you know, jump onto a boat and then rushing to different lanes to provide the support and the stuns. So all the heroes which will be, you know, crashed by the boat will be in air. So that's a launching effect. However, we do see the Arta being picked out by So. So probably we might see when Captain Sun is moving towards the lane, then Baiso can use the ultimates to block captains away.
I really love the idea that the Aze have the Sun Ce with the ultimate set sail. He can initiate and also carry a teammate with him in his route. And also not to mention like Jinyu, the Zuka, have a lot of means, have a lot of crowd control ability. And with the help of the Yixing to lock down people using the ultimate, I think that KSG will be very aggressive for this game. But it's like they're a little bit lack of those tankiness. Like Sun Ce is not a very traditional tank. I would say they're quite vulnerable as the entire composition. So whether they can protect this Huangzhou as the main core and trying to fast up the pace will be the main true challenge for KSG for Game 5.
Exactly. Like before they choose Sun Ce, I was thinking whether they would choose Byron or not.
Yes.
Because for Byron, you got a better tankiness and then provide a better, you know, CC chains, but for Sun Ce is more like a half warrior, half tank of heroes. So it really depends on how much Sun Ce can farm up in the beginning of the game.
Yes, like Sun Ce definitely going to be a very rare pick. Every single season for KPL, I think Sun Ce will be picked for once or twice, or even though the entire team may not be considered, because it's half tank, half soldier, and sometimes those abilities, those skills really relies on the accuracy, so that your performance will be extremely important. So let's give an eye and give some our expectation to Aze, and let's see how he performs using this captain, sailing captain.
Yep, and also would like to see how Murad will play during this game, because as Peng Peng is a really aggressive player and also a jungle core player in the previous games.
And for the draft of DRG, I think, it's very classical. You know, if you have Assassin, you will pair himself with a Ata, with a tanks, so that your jungles will be safe enough. Let's see where Tai Zhenren is. Like, guy is trying to steal those jungles away from KSG.
Yep. So they need to be aware of what is happening here.
Nice move.
So apparently we do see some pressures has been presented at the bot lanes, in the farm lanes. But however, we do see, you know, Fang is actually having those abilities to create a lot of damage. However, three of them are here.
So miserable. Let's see. The second bullet is ready. Monlan dashing in, trying to clean a wave and hiding in front of the tower is making something work, because, you know, initial 4 minutes, we will have the tower protection so that the enemy's damage will be reducted.
Yep, exactly. And then also we can see Ichu was actually trying to, you know, get Fangs, but however, luckily Fangs gone.
It's super dangerous for Monlan to do this solo, because DRG are completely changing strategy. They are trying to steal those jungles so that like Monlan is doing solo laning up on the bottom side of the map. So yeah, after that round of the jungle, I think DRG is supposed to send some people trying to help Monlan a little bit.
And we can see Arta is constantly getting into the jungle and then try to have some assault in the jungles. And obviously, Arta is now in the lead compared with Captain Sun Ce.
It's so cute for like Zip. just swallow Huang Zhong every single time I saw this thing going on.
And now you're like swallowing a cannon and then bomb it out.
Yes. Like Zhong can deal a lot of damage in the late game as long as I think those items are there for Zhong to use. And that cannon mold is going to be dealing a lot of AoE damage to the team, the enemies like this.
Yep. And you do see, you know, by using Zip. Oh,
Look at the
Captain
mini-map.
Sun's here.
Set sailing, going around, went sightseeing for a while.
Yep, exactly.
And goes back.
No, just back to the previous thing that when you use Zip, you can actually not just swallow your teammate, you can also swallow your the minions, and that way you can actually slow down the pace for the opposite side to farm up.
See the rest of the laning. Like Princess Frost has been hiding here forever. Xingfeng trying to make something happen. Waiting for the chances where KSG might make some careless moves. The positioning will be extremely important from this time. Because Yixing is not there, he's just right on the target. Using the suppression, dragging down Xingfeng, but Xingfeng still have flash, safe enough. Let's see the rest of Winter's here is still available for Qingfeng, and Huang Zhong has used the cannon mold, trying to steal those HP from the turrets.
Ooh.
Zuka's here, 5 versus 3. KSG is so determined to get the Tyrant.
Yep, and then we can see
Tyrant has
Moretz
been defeated.
at the back.
Aisho comes in, sees Ada, but there's nothing going on. Like DRG is making rotations, right?
Yeah, and then what happened is both teams are playing really carefully and cautiously now because they do know the importance of this game.
DRG is starting to change lanes because Fan is not that efficient on the bottom lane, so they quickly change the routes and send Molan up to the top lane, taking down tier 1 on the top lane, while the other rest of the teammates are trying to take control of the blue.
Yep.
Oh, very quick response from Aza. The engage comes in. Murad using the temporal turbulence, trying to create some damage here, and wow, the passive is being ignited. Aza is really low in HP and being slowed down by the Winter is here by Princess Frost, and Taiyi is using the ultimate, trying to save himself from being killed from the death again.
And you do see that Murad within this this version of the game can actually create a lot of threats compared with Li Bai in HOK, because the moving distance is just a lot longer than Li Bai, so people cannot actually find out where he is.
Sometimes you can just, stay around with the shadow waiting for Li Bai to come back, but this scenario cannot be happening for Murad because he can travel a long distance using the first ability. Alright, Aza set sailing, initiated on 2, knock up launching in, but like Jinyu is still trying to chase up by using the flash to deck away, but Jinyu is so healthy, so full in the HP. I think that this blue from DRG is gonna be in danger. They let this blue into the brush, but the rest of the teammates from KSG is just there trying, ready to take it away.
So we can see how KSG is now trying to rush most of the neutral creatures. However, we do see DRG is protecting themselves really well, and also we can see by having Princess Frost, you can actually create a lot of protections to the teammates.
Almost 5,000 gold for Pom Pom. But on the contrary, let's see Zuka farming up quite well.
Yep.
Like almost 6,000.
Yep. And Zuka is actually finding quite difficult to farm with Zuka on the opposite side.
Yes. Let's be here. I think that initiation just now from Aza is good because he's using the set sail, trying to launch in, and the following damage is there. You can see like Jinyu is like coming in, lips into the team fights and just make a lot of knocking up or not stuns to DRG members. Let's see, the waves are here. Murad is using the temporal turbulence, trying to clean the wave and zip. It's so deep in the jungles. DRG, they are waiting for the opportunity to fight back like Jiren is very, very deep. The position is quite good.
Yep, and also, you know, DRG needs to be very careful because apparently this situation is quite similar to Game 2 because KSG is now pushing to a certain lane, and then they for DRG they need to look for a fight just like now.
Look at Bai Xiao trying to initiate, but Xiao A is carrying Azi away from the battlefield like a Huang Zhong solo being targeted by Murad, and Murad finds the chance. This kill went to Pom Pom. This Murad, this entrance is so perfect, aiming at the Rex angle like Ichi went down for this.
Right, this is very intensive now, and both teams are now, because it's like 8 minutes into the game, both teams are now into a really deep like a really deep situations now, and both teams are trying to get more damage, especially like now Muran is trying to get the turrets. However, we do have a lot of visions being provided from KSG, but at the end Muran still got the tyrants with the help of Princess Frost of Qingfeng.
Yeah, I mean, they really hold tight to each other, you know, there's no difference in the gold, literally no difference. I wouldn't count this like 500 difference as the differences. And let's see the replay here, because like Ishin has already used ultimate, and without a Destiny, I think it will be very hard trying to go away, and this will be a very good means to initiate, because like Guy using the first one with the flash, trying to like slow down and stun the two members, and that damage is just simply like quickly followed up by DRGs. So yeah, they get this kill to their side.
And for KSG, not just for Sun Ce to stay around Huang Zhong, but they really need to have Zip to be close to Huang Zhong as well. Otherwise, when Murad is rushing in and poke Huang Zhong, Huang Zhong won't stand a chance from Murad's turbulence.
And then these two junglers are farming out just like equally. I would say Zuka nearly 800 gold lead. I think it's okay, it's acceptable for Pom Pom, but the rest difference will be like appearing on the mid laner, where like Princess Frost have a better like gold than Ichi's Ishin.
Also, we can see how they are trying to, like, definitely KSG is now in a hurry, because they do know how much you know, at disadvantage they might have at the later stage of the game, especially with when Fang has a upper damage.
Yeah, they might be afraid of, you know, being too vulnerable, because like the tankiness is not there. But if we compare with the damage level, I think they still have Huang Zhong, so there will be the only one late game hope for KSG to count on. Adza trying to get from the behind, but it's dodged by Molan, having the second ability giving him a lot of room and spaces to make a mistake.
Right, and now Murad's damage is coming up, and also he's making a lot of the important items out. And the problem is that we don't really see DRG is rushing the tyrants, because they don't have that much vision compared with KSG.
Still, with KSG's vision, they're taking control with the river and trying to get their hands on the Dark Tyrant. And with the extra damage provided by the Tyrant, I think DRG is going to be, you know, avoid dealing with the fact that they have to get engaged with KSG for the next 90 seconds. DRG have to step a little bit back from KSG. Here we go, set sail, get the right target, and Fawn securing down this dragon for DRG. This is very, very important, or otherwise, if KSG gets the double dragon, I think DRG is going to be facing a lot more trouble.
Yep, so luckily we have Fang to eventually get the Overlord from the hand of KSG. So at moments, pretty much they are still the same, especially in the gold. They're very much similar, and also from the but the only disadvantage from Foshan DRG is at the Terrans numbers.
Sure. Oh, that's a really close one, because we can see that Adza is using his boat, you know, to pilot away, trying to initiate, trying to find those minor spaces, trying to steal this dragon away. But it's a very nice move, and Mulan trying to securing down this overload to their hands.
So now with the support of the Vanguard, hopefully Foshan DRG can look for a better chance to have to present more threats to KSG at this stage of the game.
Well, it's 50-50 for me. No difference in the gold. Practically like farming up like evenly. So yeah, let's just wait and see. But I think one advantage very obviously is that KSG have those vision control, right?
Yep, definitely. And also I think for Foshan DRG, they need to find a way to take out the Zip. Because the Zip can always, you know, swollen the teammates all together and then move to another place. So if they can take out Zip, there will be a higher opportunities for them to win.
Yes. Zip is everywhere, taking this Guangzhou, going here, going there, avoiding taking a damage. And also, like, Zip is quite tanky, so it's gonna be a very hard time for DRG trying to like take this away instantly.
Yep, exactly.
Nobody have that much of the burst of damage like needed to kill and take the Zip away.
Like DRG is like disgusted by the
Yeah, that's
Zip.
really disgusting, you know, to deal with the Zip.
Yep.
This is how magical this hero is.
So now, you know,
Basic 2, you know, rich in impasse for me.
And then we can see, you know, they're trying to, you know, for SKG, we do know their intention. They want to have better visions and then to get their hands on the Terrans. But, you know, they still need to be very careful because now we can see DRG is moving. They're moving together, and then they're trying to definitely try to look for a fight. And that's what I'm talking about. They look for the place of Zip and then try to take him away.
Yeah, but since the Zip have that immunity while being controlled, so using the ultimate, so yeah, it will be another thing for DRG trying to consume, trying to digest.
Yeah.
But one thing good, yeah, for DRG's side is that like this Zip is without the ultimate, without a flash, so the next round, like DRG can behave like trying to perform like more proactively. And they're waiting for the dragons as well because 15 minutes it is. So whoever gets the next neutral objective, I think will be the leading one for the later on games.
Yep.
What really matters is that DRG have to take control of the river vision so that the Dark Tyrants are there, they can easily just initially get their hands on the Tyrant.
Like by
Blue
but
team has
like
destroyed a tower.
by DRG, how
Wow,
they,
look at
oh
the damage! Oh
that-
my god! Even with the Jiren's ultimate, I think Fun still have to go away. This Zuka is just so farming up. And there's one more single that is needed for Zuka to get this double kill. I think it's a triple. And yeah, as the end, it's a 0 trading for 4. Siding from KSG. I think KSG is looking so good on the map, on the game.
Now Zip got the minions, the cannons, and then helping Guangzhou, and they're now moving on top of the high ground with only Zhenren to protecting the high ground. It's very difficult for him to do it.
They're trying to finish the game, and I think they are doing it. And congratulations to KSG winning the match point.
Right.
Crazy! What the damage!
Yep, crazy. And then also we can see how fast, you know, Zip can travel, can help the minions to get on top of the high ground, and that is just so devastating for DRG at that point.
That's one classical action and performance of a MVP.
Yep.
I'm so sorry, but I have to credit it out. I mean, today's games, every single games for where like KSG stands out, like Jingyu is the one standing behind all of the victories.
Exactly, and you know we were actually looking at the map, and all of a sudden we have Zuka jumping in with all those performances. It's just brilliant.
I mean, we are emphasizing a lot when we are seeing the dashboard where we can see like Zuka is competing with how like fast he can do those items better than Murad, and surprisingly he just found his way getting into the crowd, and the 3 basic attack is what Zuka needed to finish off the entire game.
Yep, absolutely. That kind of assault is just what we were looking for, as you mentioned, a MVP act, you know, within the game. So probably we will still see another jungle player to be MVP again, you know, in the game. But I'm just not sure whether the MVP will give it to Zip or to Zuka?
Be confident. That's almost like, oh, it's a double kill. I'm so sorry. It's not a triple, but it seems like a penta, you know, because that monstrous damage is just very hard to believe. Without seeing it with my own eye, I couldn't really like think it through because like Jinyu has been silent for a while, you know. The entire game, he's not making that much of an effort.
Yeah, I mean, he's like invincible in
Yes.
the game. It's like nowhere to be found, but all of a sudden he jumped out.
And ends the game.
Yeah.
That's MVP-like performance.
Yep. So, you know, that, and also this is very interesting because we do have a lot of sudden death match. Like all of a sudden, around 10 minutes mark, and then all of a sudden you end the game.
Yeah, exactly. This is what happens to not only Arena of Valor but also Honor of Kings.
Exactly,
So the, one MOBA game, a lot of things might be happening within 1 second.
Yep.
So sometimes if you just lose your focus and attention for even 1 minor second, you might got your entire game wrong, going on the completely opposite way.
It's just very devastating for any teams if they decoupled at certain stage of the game, especially between about 8 minutes to 12 minutes mark.
So this is what's making the pros the pros.
Yep, exactly. Yep, that's right. And also now we would like to say, you know, for Suzhou KSG now having the match point, and we are not sure what Foshan DRG will do next and what is their plans.
You know, I think both teams are like exerting a lot of pressure on themselves. For Foshan DRG, very definitely, because they are facing the match point of their enemy. So definitely, there's no way back. If they lose one, they will lose the entire game and join the second round of the KPL qualifiers.
Exactly.
Which means that you have to attend the BO2 for a lot of times, and only 3 teams is allowed to get into the group stage out of 8.
Exactly.
That fierce battle. Just imagine that kind of pressure.
Yep. So like by playing the games to now and for you to watch this game, we would like to once again mention how important it is tonight to have the final place to directly enter the next round, because they can save a lot of energies and then to have a better time to prepare for next.
Like for a KIC, this is the highest level of a HOK tournament ever within 1 year, and we got that much of the prize pool. That prize pool is really, really dazzling. So you get that much prize pool as a reward. So you definitely want to avoid getting into the dangerous zone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that the KPL, the second round of the KPL qualifiers, is the most dangerous zone ever.
Yeah, exactly. Like you see, like 69 million of the prize pool. That is just so tempting, so appealing. But anyway, if we look at the dashboard for the last game, you can see how like Zuka did not, you know, have that much damage, but it is a crucial point to end the game. So that is like 100% team fight rate with 24.7% of the damage, and that is just devastating to the other team.
Devastating. Look at Pong Pong. He's dealing almost 40% of the damage for the entire team. But it's another signal showing that like Fan will be very difficult trying to find spaces to deal damage. This might be one of the shortage from this draft after all. But yeah, look at the team stats. I mean, they are keeping a very short distance with one another quite like safely. Before it hits 15 minutes, we have no idea it's going to be the winner. And look at the most valuable player again.
Right, triple MVP.
It's really cool. Today, like Jinyu, wow, what happened to you?
Yeah, he's on fire. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, for Zuka, a very interesting hero that you can, you know, find yourself to play in, and then hopefully for some of the HOK players can also try a little bit with the with Zuka. Probably you might find your own ways to play this hero.
Hey, is it the very first time where Zip win?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. Eventually, we can see Zip, you know, finally got a win.
Yeah, finally got a victory. And yeah, it will be the very first time for Zip and Huang Zheng together as a team, as a combo, you know, wins a game.
Yep, and also we can see, you know, how Zip, when he's playing this game, the overall percentage of success by using all those abilities actually higher in the game.
Look at this. All right, this
Zuka.
will be the moment where he sees the opportunity and get an instant kill on Found, because Found have been using that second ability, that like wheel off ability. That dash is so important. This information is really like precious. I would like to like emphasize more to our audiences who may have like love to play our games daily. Sometimes you need to pay attention whether the assassin from your enemies know you are without a dash. This is very important information.
Exactly. And also we can see when Zuka is jumping in, he's not focusing that much on the heroes that with the least HP, but he will look at the most vulnerable hero.
Of course.
Especially like for Princess Frost, all of a sudden vanished to thin air.
Wow. Oh, that's really cool. That chance seizing opportunity is what we're looking for. So as a assassin, as a jungler, the main purpose, the main duty for you is to find this
right opportunities, and cut at the back lanes of the opposite teams, and then to vanish the ADCs and also the core players on the opposite side.
Well, this is a very memorable moment, I would say, because we're playing a BO7, and here we go, we're gonna see the first match point, and it goes to the side of Suzhou KSG. So the next game will decide whether KSG can finish off the entire BO7 by getting to a 4-2 and get the last spot to the group stage, or otherwise on the other side it will be Foshan DRG taking 1 point back.
And then we will have the ultimate battle.
Yes.
For tonight.
Wow, super amazing. The most difficult task and challenge for both teams is that it will be the 6-1. So the 6-1 you're facing the biggest challenge because you're using up all the heroes, right? The last hero pool's available choice is gonna be really limited.
Really difficult to choose, and then we will see what kind of combinations they might pick out for the next game.
Overlord has been defeated. Team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team has. Blue team killing spree. Every single time I saw this kind of facial expression on the player, I just think that I couldn't even be possible trying to figure out what kind of the things he will be like thinking about now.
Exactly, all those pressures and all those, demand of winnings there. It's just amazing.
Because as we have highlighted before, like the prize pool is really dazzling. So every single player and every single sports are trying to fight for that glory, and not to mention whoever got the final victory for today's matchup are gonna be directly sending into group stage, which means that you will have your hands on
1.8 million.
yuan. Wow, crazy.
Yep, so that amount of prize is really a huge driven force for, you know, the teams to fight for their best and to look for the better performance in the game. And now, as we mentioned, the match point for tonight on KSG, so we would like to see what kind of lineup they will pick out. And for DRG, once again, put the Catholics on the band so they can avoid you know, for KSG to choose this particular hero.
Tonight is really magical because you gotta see those players, the 10 players, adding together in total. They're showing their perseverance in the game because, like, the first one, like DRG got it, and the second and third, like KSG chased back for 2 times, and finally DRG reverse it to a tie, and right now KSG got once more, get to the match point. So yeah, I think those like conditions, those mindset for both teams are there. Calm enough.
Da-Qiao. So we might have the Fuzi to be together with Da-Qiao tonight again.
Let's see. If that option is up to KSG to decide, you know, they can take away foods or they can take early, as we talk about. This is very traditional. It's like KPL again. So one team using Da-Qiao and the other team use early, trying to counter it.
Yep, so we have Kaiser. So with Kaisers to be picked out, then it will be a question mark again whether he will be a jungler or in the clash lane.
But for the composition for KSG, I think that this Kaiser might have a higher percentage goes into jungle, and they will trying to get us another soldier
And
again.
Congratulations.
Sinastria.
Yep, finally you can see her.
Cool.
Yep, in the game
Finally.
with Fuzi.
Thank you, DRG.
Yep.
Have finally realized another dream of mine.
Yep, and like, you know, when they are putting this hero out, the only question will be, you know, whether Peng Peng can use this hero, you know, as familiar as the KPL's, as the HOK's heroes.
What will Peng do in the game? This industry, I did it. Oh wow, it's like so unknown. I just want to like dig into the game as soon as possible. Now let's see the second round of the bands here. Like Charlotte is gonna be pairing up with Kaiser, perfect pair. One shouldering up the damage, given vision, and the one focus on killing the backliners of their enemies.
But to be honest, like for KSG, they put a band on Zhou Yu. However, I think somehow Zhou Yu could be a really good counterpick for Sinestro. But at the end, they have Angela. Angela.
It's logical, you know.
Yeah,
it makes sense because like Da-Qiao has a very special design. For those of you who watched 2021, 2022 KIC, I think you are already so familiar with how Da-Qiao works. So if they are when they're using the teleportation, they're going to be standing side by side inside a very minor circle range. So it will be a very good way for Angela trying to set those fireballs inside it.
This is a very special features from DRG because in this game they are not using any ADCs. So the both lanes will be warriors, and then have the sister, like the twins sisters, Da-Qiao and Xiaoqiao to combine together. But at the other side for KSG, they have little flute. So in this way, you know, can provide a better HP for Ali and also for Kaiser at the later stage of the game. But if you look at the speed of the game, it might be a lot faster for DRGs to push onto the higher ground.
I mean, the other choices, Arlie, Angela, and Charlotte, and Kaiser are all okay, but I was kind of worried because little loot is not that common when you're trying to counter back a 大乔, right? Because normally we consider those enemy moving strategies, skills, or bursting damage is what we need actually trying to get 大乔 destroyed within seconds. But little loot is more like we are standing together, we're regenerating the HP all the time and trying to fight for a longer time. So I was wondering what will be the exact strategy goes into the game by KSG.
Yeah, was thinking about using Zhang Fei, but now they have little loot, so I'm not sure whether they will play as a more aggressive type of way, or they are willing to wait till the later stage because they can play calmer and then slower, more stable.
Exactly.
Because at the end, this is the match point for them.
I have a lot of question marks. I mean, I was kind of worried of whether this Xiao Qiao can have enough time, to buy those very important items, because it's not a meta suits those mages the most. So your resources, your waves are gonna be distributed by your teammates always, often. So whether like Xiao Qiao can reach the highest level, can have those items he needed, maybe 3 items I would say at least, so that the meteor storm will be that hurtful.
Yep. So that's about 8 minutes, something like that. So yeah, we have to see how KSGs can hold on to themselves. Hopefully they can finish the game before 8. So
before 8?
Yeah, before 8.
Really?
Yeah. Who knows? So always find out that if a team can play in a different way, then we might see some of the surprises.
And ladies and gentlemen, this will be the 6th game between DRG and KSG, where it's a game point for KSG. If they win, they get the last spot. If DRG wins, we're gonna see another ultimate battle again for the 2nd day.
Yeah.
For the 2nd time.
Yeah, for the 2nd time.
Crazy.
So it's like the beginning of the KIC 2 days straightforward, we might have the ultimate battle.
This is a tradition. I do not have a very precise calculation, but normally I remember KIC have a lot of ultimate battles. I don't know why. As the time goes to winter, our player just raise on fire. Completely opposite to the temperature. And let's see, Ichi is right there using those fireballs, trying to chip down those HPs.
And Byron is actually a really well played hero by Baiso. So probably we will see Baiso to present a lot more damage and also to have a different kind of performance in this game.
I always love to see a composition without a marksman, because I think this kind of chemistry is there. So without a marksman, your support is going to be set more free, do more things. With 2 double soldiers like DRG will be given and provided with more tankiness to stand longer.
And then now if we look at Sinastra, I'm not sure how Peng Peng will utilize her abilities.
Yes. So basically, a Sinastra is more like a marksman, because they have a very long range of attack. And Charlotte's here, Peng Peng is really low because he's getting himself into trouble. But with the ultimate exchanging, life evenly shared with Aze, giving Peng Peng extra time, but double kill again given to KSG.
Right, so 2 minutes is very difficult for DRG now, and they might feel quite bad at this point in time. Because
by that very second, I think Peng Peng is quite distance away from the rest of the teammates, right? It's very, it seems impossible for me trying to catch up, trying to help him.
And also we can see, how Peng Peng is actually using the ability to make Sinastra into like an invincible state.
Yes.
However, just too many people surrounded him and then have all those abilities and skills putting out, and it's very difficult for him to avoid those attacks.
Indeed. I think it's a completely great news for KSG, because they are having those double kills towards Jingyu, and hopefully, even though Kaiser is not that a warrior, in this kind of composition, he will be responsible to soaking up those damages as a frontliner. But I think if you give a tank this much of the gold lead, he will be very invincible at the very end, because with the help of the ultimate, those invincible warriors, like Kai, will be extremely tanky.
And especially for the beginning stage, Byron really need the gold. And at that point in time, then he can actually present a much of threat to Charlotte. But if you look at Charlotte now, it's actually, you know, having a really good atmosphere at the moment, because you've got the support from Angela, and then it's quite dangerous for Baiso now.
Baiso needs to be extra careful, and Angela is secretly, you know, hiding in the bush. I sincerely hope that DRG are exchanging this kind of information to Baiso. Be careful, like we are losing sight of Angela. He can be everywhere.
But obviously, Baiso is now having fun, like having a dance with Charlotte, and then Angela is now moving back to the mid lanes. However, because for Foshan DRG, they don't really have the ADCs in this game. So wow, look at Kaiser.
Look at the Invincible Warrior blocking out all the damages, so he will be considerably like invincible all the time, a few seconds. And the Tyrant goes to the side of KSG. Whether like DRG wanted to initiate, there's a lot of means to initiate. They can use Mulan's ultimate, you know, Fuzi's ultimate, trying to lock down. But Pongpong, I think Pongpong still needs some time. Again, he's been shredded really low, using the ultimate, sharing the HP from Adza. Just brought really low, and this fan, magical fan, just give one extra life back to the DRG. DRG is keeping KSG away from their own jungle. Very dominant play.
So now we can see DRG is moving their way. It's only less than 5 minutes they are moving their way to the second tower of KSG. So, like for KSG, they need to stay calm a little bit. Otherwise, you know, if they play too aggressive or fall into the trap from DRG, that might be lethal for them in the game.
Yeah. So the second ability of Cha is called like a honey sweet breeze, where it can like launches the enemies and trying to follow up with those bursting damage. For example, the Meteor Storm by the ultimate, but Jing will still have to wait for a while. It's early, like 6 minutes, the item is not needed, but it seems good. I mean, for DRG, they're just giving themselves extra time to breathe.
Yep.
Jingyu.
So now KSG is now moving down to the farm lanes, and like now how Angela is having such a good damage, but however look at Byron, and this is what we are actually mentioned. They need for KSG, they need to be very careful about their lines.
And yeah, because they have a Dachao, he can teleport any part of the teammate to anywhere using the ultimate. So it will be a really good advantages for DRG trying to do the split push like strategy, because yeah, you can be hardly caught by KSG. You can always teleport back as long as you keep communicating with Dachao, and this will be not a problem for DRG because they're so well known with their Dachao combination. See, the Team Song goes on and launches in, but Jingyu is so tanky, absorbing those damages away from DRG. Pongpong still trying to steal those HP from Little Loot, but it's got regenerated back because Little Loot is like this, just works in this way.
And it is only about 7 minutes. Xiao Qiao already got the Vitamin Stuff as the item. So by using this item, we can actually limit the HP generations from Little Loot.
Yes, they need to build those HP restriction, you know, regeneration restriction items. Trying to slow down the pace for a little bit.
But Kaiser, and now finally Charlotte got a sense to look for Byron's.
Alright, Arlie is dealing those damages, and lucky, one good news for KSG, finally have taken down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Very long time.
Yeah, they have gathered around this mid lane for a while because they have a little loot. They're not afraid of being poked away. Those HP is going to be retrieved back, and this is a very quick, very fast reinforcement on the top side, making sure that Baisho cannot escape without any chances.
Yep, because they have the they have the supportive items, the howling ambulance. So all of a sudden, Baiso's out.
Baisho's out. Out of the game, out of table, and here we go. Another waves here. KSG can just put more pressure on the tier 2 turret on bottom lane. While let's see Sinistra. What is Sinistra doing? Exchanging those angles, exchanging those tier 2 turrets with their opponents.
Yep, and now we have to say one thing is that for KSG to maintain a winning positions, they need to be aware of how fast DRGs can move from lane to lane.
I mean, Sinistra is taking up a lot of resources. He's farming up way too good. But I'm still expecting to see the actual performances. How like Peng Peng can convert those resources and those gold into actual damage during the team fights is really essential. Because until this point, I see not a lot of help when they're doing those team fights happening, those skirmish.
And by the time now, Peng Peng is more of like a supportive role in the game to help with the minions to move onto different lanes. But for this particular hero, Sinistra, it is actually a very high damage hero. And as you said, that we are looking forward to see how he can convert those gold leads into the damage. Into
actual contribution to the entire team. Alright, Adze dives in, finds Baisho, and the other three hides in the bush. It's a dangerous game for KSG trying to play. Hiding all the time, waiting for the right moment. And with the help of a little loot, I think, that's the main reason why they can do this. Alright, Sinistra disappeared from the map. He's standing right there. He went into the sleeping mode. Where no one can find him.
Ooh,
look at Angela. Angela targeted in Baisho. Baisho went half HP down, but Jing is still trying to slow down the enemy. Peng Peng has been discovered. They have to go back and look at the top lane waves rushing into the tier 2. There's a lot of things going on stage for DRG trying to figure out what to do. I think they're gonna be facing a lot of trouble.
And then for DRG, they are now marching towards the turrets, trying to rush the turrets away. However, we definitely see KSG is not giving up, moving in.
Alright, Sinistra with a smite, securing down this tyrant, and look at Xiaoju Arlie trying to steal those opportunities, but unfortunately there's not enough time for Arlie to deal damage. That condition is not there.
Yep, and because Arlie's is only about 7Ks, so the damage is not enough. But with the support of Da Qiao, we can definitely see all the teammates are actually transporting and teleporting from a place to another with the full HPs from the fountains.
Peng Peng is really important because he has used the smite to securing down this tyrant, making sure that KSG have to wait extra 15 seconds trying to initiate more.
Yep. Because with the Tyrant's buff, the overall damage will be lifted, leveraged by on the DRG side, so it will be a lot more carefully planned by KSG for their overwork. But however, we can see Angela having the stuns, and then everyone's going in with Lululutes, providing such a good HP gains, and then now we can see Ari's at the back.
Look at Xiaoju, look at Arlie stealing those opportunity from the backlines, but the meteor storms are so hard to handle right now. As the still chases more, dropped Minlan really low. Baisho diving in. This is a full HP Byron. I think he can do a lot of things. As trying to find another target and manage to exchange life with Xiao Xiao. He is still using the path of getting a double kill to the side. I think this action can continue. Baisho's reloading with the help of Lulu. Az is looking for a triple kill, maybe. The immune again, getting another splashing.
Oh my god, that is a
Baron.
triple kill. Wow, Arzo, such a brilliant play. That is amazing.
MVP gesture here. Arzo getting a full ace to the side of KSG. I can hear the crowd screaming again through the window wall.
Oh my god, you know, that is just, you know, out of words, speechless.
What can you do more, Asa? Let's see the replay. Actually, this team fight went for a very long time. And by this second, I almost thought that the team fight is over because, you know, there's not enough hero needed to pull off the entire team fight.
Yeah, exactly. You have like 3 people ganging on top of Arthur, but Arthur, look at how well he played.
This Charlotte is just out of range, out of hand, basically on fire.
This is another highlight of tonight, and then you see with Little Loop's help, you know, Although Byron is so tough, but at the end, Aza got Byron's head taken away.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So what makes this Charlotte really tanky is because those paths with the splash gradation is gonna be granted to this hero with 35% of a damage reduction. Not to mention he can also use the ultimate power gradation to add up. So he will begin a lot of power reduction during the team fights as long as he can pull off those passive again and again. Crazy, crazy performance.
So that is one thing, you cannot let the Charlotte continue with all those abilities from her, otherwise all those stack up of the damage will be just huge, enormous.
And not to mention like Intimidate, power deduction, like Pure Sky, damage deduction. He is invisible for a lot of time.
Exactly.
Xiao is being brought very low by the meteor wing by Xiao Qiao, and two vanguards are originating on the top side.
Yep, so that is a hell lot of confidence brought by the Charlotte on our KSG side, and that is definitely other MVP act.
Oh, Jinyu, she is facing a lot of danger. Oh my god, my MVP. I was dreaming for a triple MVP. And my father has been stolen by Aza right now. Just kidding. I think they're so pleased to see this kind of performance.
Exactly. And also we can see by having the Tyrants on their side, oh my god,
they're diving in with the Intimidate, still chasing for more. Aza couldn't be killed because still so having the HP where the little is kind of cornered on the back. So Byron finds a chance, and here we go, Charlotte gets another opportunity with food to get another kill. Maybe diving in and using a second ability, waiting for the gradation, but unfortunately this time is not that lucky.
You see how much confidence that Arthur got now.
Yes.
Just like diving in straight away. And it's like, who cares about little loot? It's behind me or not? Just let's go into it.
I can do this solo.
Exactly.
I think KSG is looking to end this series. KSG has a lot of potential, a lot of confidence to close up this entire CBO7. They do not want to deal with the fact that they have to show what they have been hitting for a long time for the ultimate battle.
Yep, they're waiting for this moment for so long.
KSG. The last time that these two teams fighting together, BO7 in summer season KPL playoff, and magically it will be still KSG winning in the ultimate battle going against DRG. Well, this happening again.
But now we can see Ali has realized the missing of the hero on the clash lanes. But we can see they are now moving, like most of the KSGs are moving to the bot lanes.
Oh, Ali!
Ali.
Dachao went down. Well, Xiaoju will be finding play. Look at the rest of the teammates. Look at the mini-map. Those minions are there, rushing high ground tower down. KSG 4 members surrounding together, waiting for the minions.
There.
Byron wants to clean away, but the bursting damage from Angela, those fireballs are so hard to handle right now. KSG rushing into base, wanted to clean against state of this entire BO7, but let's see, the waves are clean by Xiao Qiao, but I think KSG are so determined to take this off. Congratulations to Suzhou KSG.
That is a brilliant place that we have never imagined that we will see such an outstanding performance tonight by KSG's Dark Horse, as we mentioned before.
Securing down the very last spot to the group stage, and congratulations again to winning DRG with a 4-2 score. Perfect domination, I will say, on the very last game. And I couldn't tell how excited we are by watching that kind of performances, because it's so dominating, it's so dictating, and yeah, we're seeing those talents shining out from Aza as well.
Yeah, it's like all those talents are actually coming out from the screen that we're watching right here on the spot in Shanghai stadiums. And it's just brilliant. And once again, congratulations to KSG. And now we have our 4 candidates in directly going into the next round.
They will be Guangzhou TTG, Chongqing Wolf, not to mention, because they are sending directly to the group stage from KPL region, because they're so good and so powerful. But the rest too is going to be Beijing Weibo, because they went against East Pro yesterday with a 4-3, and today the last spot is securing down by Suzhou KSG.
Yep. So Now we are officially like calling an end to round 1.
Round 1.
And then we are looking forward for the
Second round.
Yeah, the second round of performance of BO2s.
Wow, the second round, there's a lot of teams I've been waiting for this to happen for a while
Yep.
because they're adding in total, adding to ESA Pro, right?
Yep.
It will be 8 teams,
teams.
from KPL region fighting for 3 spots
Yep.
to the group stage.
That will be a lot more intensive compared with yesterday.
Yes.
And also we can see for BO2 you might find it a lot more interesting because it will be a lot faster, and then somehow the pace of the game will be a lot more, it's just unimaginable. To be honest.
Unimaginable. There's a lot of
Unimaginable.
threats. There's a lot of things you cannot possibly predict
Yep.
before it actually happens, right?
Exactly. So you might see a lot of combinations of heroes between HOK and AOV now, and especially after today's game, a lot of different kind of works that can be done
Of course.
within the teams.
I would like to highlight more because there's a lot of very good teams are waiting in the second round of
Yep.
KPL qualifiers. They are AG, DYG, and yeah, today's the DRG, Pro, and Hero KSG went into, so it's done. And LGD and BW are WTES. Wow.
So all those teams are waiting there to have a good fight in the round 2 to compete for the final 3 places to enter the next round.
Yeah, I feel really awful for DRG because
Yeah.
they show really good potential to win for this BO7, and not to mention they always perform that good in
Yep.
KIC.
Exactly.
Last year, 2022, they went to the final. 2 years ago, they
Yep.
went to the final, right?
Yep.
Going against the Chongqing
Yep.
Wolves. So they have the potential. They have a very good gaming records in KIC every single time. But this time, they are gonna be stepping themselves into a very dangerous run.
Yeah, but let's call it as a warm-up for the KIC.
Yes.
And if we look at the dashboard, how Baiso 602 on the KDA. Amazing play from him.
I think for Suzhou KSG, this game, it's a complete showcase of their abilities, right? Not only Charlotte plays really well. I have to highlight one more Xiaojiu.
Yep.
This marksman played this early so well that sometimes you rely on his performances actually to bring those miracles, to trying to keep up, trying to make more things happening to their side, favoring their side. And each is Angela every single time. Those fireballs,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
Those amazing brilliance he unleashed by Angela is just right on time, right on the target. And I think this this pick works extremely well.
Really well. That was out of our expectations.
Yes.
And also, when you mentioned about Ali, you can see how well Ali was played at the final stage when Fuzi and Daqiu was actually on the clash lanes, and then Ali was there to help out and then to provide a lot more times for the rest of the teammates to push to the high grounds.
Yes. Look at that team stats. They're really doing they can do what they can do.
Yeah,
most.
they're doing what they can do.
But something missing from DRG is that I hardly see any initiation from Fuzi, right? Sometimes we really counted on Fuzi to initiate the team slide. But for this game, maybe the Fuzi is kind of restricted by the positioning. He couldn't find a perfect angle to dive in.
Exactly.
And let's give our hands to Aze.
Yay, Aze,
Amazing play.
brilliant, outstanding plays, and such an MVP. Definitely an MVP moves.
I like this gesture.
Yep.
I'm the number one.
Yep, number 1 with the triple Q at the end. Wonderful, damage. 119,000. That's
Every
just-
single second.
Yep.
He is doing the things I can hardly think of. He's giving me those very surprising things
Yeah.
out of his performance.
Eye-catching, surprising, highlighting, the game. The final game was just... let's look at him.
Magical, magical, magical.
Wow, the plays.
Yeah, this is another demonstration of how like this Charlotte can be played in our game. Yesterday we see a lot of AoV heroes, those warriors have a lot of bursting damage, a lot of dashes, creating a lot of problems to the marksmen and the backliners. But today, I think we still seen a lot of highlights from HOK heroes.
Yep, exactly.
They played really, really well.
And this is the one. Look for Xiao Qiao, get Xiao Qiao's head, and then turn back to Fuzi, and Fuzi's gone. Wow, and the intimidating.
It's not finished.
Yeah.
It's not finished. Like, this game still continues with the help of Little Lute.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
I can feel like the devastations from Baiso. It's like, how come you are not gone?
Yes. And yeah, there's one very important thing is that by that very second, we can see that Little Lute actually use the only way to initiate the second ability, those very minor stunning ability, trying to fix where Byron is, and that gives Charlotte another chance to win it.
So, you know, we do see definitely a lot of well played by Isa, but also we can see the support that he received from his teammates.
Alright, and this will be it. This will be the end of today's BO7, where the winner is Suzhou KSG. They have a 4-2 score going up against Foshan DRG. The second prize of last year.
Yep. And then let's look for round 2.
Oh, tomorrow's matchups. You're gonna see Wuhan Sapro dealing with the Jinan RW, and our first matchup starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So please stay tuned.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's weekend, and please following us, and then have a lot of better plays you might experience tomorrow.
Take a quick look. Like East Pro have 2 games tomorrow, and Foshan DRG gonna do 2 in one row, and the fourth one will be between E-Star and DRG, who have been defeated in the first round. They're coming right after each other. It will be super amazing to watch. And we have Hero going against RW and TES, which will be the top esports, and DYG also is gonna be going against LGD and BW, and Chengdu AG. They're gonna be doing 1 game going against DRG.
Yep. And look forward to all those furies from DRGs towards tomorrow's games.
Yes.
And then we definitely will see how good they might perform tomorrow.
It's gonna be definitely terrific.
Well, definitely we will have a really good interview now. And ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the interview.
Thank you, Tianyu, and thank you, Andy. Welcome to the interview area. I'm joined by the coach from Foshan DRG. So how about please say hi to our audience first. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是佛山第二季哲。
Okay, so actually we can talk a little bit about our draft since you are the coach from Foshan DRG. So my first question is actually you while facing the best of 7 format, and since it's a totally new patch, is there any influence or any impact by those special tailor-made version to your draft? 那第一个问题想问一下教练啊，就是我们其实在 KIC 用到的是一个全新的版本嘛，就想问一下，一上来就来到了 BO7 的话，全新的版本加 BO7 的考验，对于你们来说，可能哪些方向会做一些调整呢？
就是新英雄比较多吧，就有些英雄的特质需要去多练，而得反复的去确认一些东西，才可以。
Okay, so because there's like so many new heroes in this special tailor-made new patch, so the first thing for them to solve is that they need to practice more about those new heroes and get familiar with those new heroes. 那第二个问题想问一下教练，因为今天一上来第一把的话，像对面 Suzhou KSG 可能拿的是一个5个全部都是来自 AOE 的新英雄，那我们 Foshan 第二的话，可能只是在下半图拿到了雅雅加卡芬尼的组合，这个可能是因为 BO7 的逻辑，还是说一些其他的原因嘛？可以跟大家分享一下吗？
就是雅雅加那个新英雄射手。 它的就是容错率会很高，所以我们需要把它拆掉，然后搭配我们的射手，也可以整合一下。
Okay, so actually, like for Foshan DRG, even though like their opponents, Suzhou KSG, chose 5 LV heroes in total to be the first game, but as for Foshan DRG, they just put their farm lane duel with Caffeine plus that Yaya. So the reason for that is that they try to just tear those duels up and try to recomp their composition and make it to be more effective. All right, and our last question will be, actually we're doing the best of 7 format right now, but since Foshan DRG lost the game today, they need to face the best of 2 format tomorrow. That's going to be so severe, and what's the coach's idea about treating those best of 2 format？ 那我们知道，其实今天打的是 BO7 的一个内容嘛，那可能明天就很紧急的就要去面对到一个 BO2 的考验了。那对于您来说 ，BO2 和 BO7 可能在阵容上面会有一些什么样的区别，以及 BO2 您觉得最常
Thank you. It's very easy to understand. You gotta feel a little bit, demonstrate. By the facial expression, we can see that upset.
Yeah. But it is actually a momentum for them, or because they have these synergies to entering this stage. However, they lost the game. But we do see, as a really mature team, Foshan DRG can definitely find their way back to the track.
Yeah, definitely, because you're losing today. So you're going to be joining the second round of KPL qualifiers. You're going to be facing those enemies and those opponent teams who have been preparing for this new patch for a long time, maybe longer than you. But you have to pay the price because every single time, you have equal percentage to be the winner, but you lost it.
And let's just look at today's game as a warm-up session for the next time, because other teams only can play as like a training session.
Of course,
but today is like more like a practical works of all those new heroes. So I think for Foshan DRG, they can still make their way back.
But yeah, I still hold a lot like strong faith towards Foshan DRG always. If you ask me this kind of question, if I believe in them, my answer will always be yes.
Yeah, well, you have been with them for all these years. Come on.
I know this potential. I know how united they are as a team. So yeah, I think that only one day to recover might be very short, but I believe they can do this. All right, and it will be like Suzhou KSG turn. Whether like Suzhou KSG, how they feel will be really considered. I was looking forward to see how they talk about it like in the interview, but like first thing first, I would like to analyze more about how they performed today. How do you think of their performances?
Well, they definitely had a really good change of their mindset, especially after the first game when they lost to Foshan DRG. Immediately you can see the round 2 and like the second game and the third game, they changed their tactics. They try to counteract on Foshan DRG's plans. So I think for all those kind of immediate change, it requires a lot of years of work, because as if for all the audience in front of the screens, as KSG is actually used to call YTG, so all those players has been in this field for a very long time. So the problem is that if they can find their way to adjust the components, the opponents, then they can definitely find their ways to counteract on them.
Of course.
So I think their act is just brilliant.
I think resilience will be the word
Yeah.
that they're show into us all the
Yep.
time, because they are few games round behind their enemies. They have quite cornered.
Yep.
You know, the third game especially.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can still recall that
Yes,
game. Like
yes.
they are facing a lot of pressures, but they still did it.
Yep.
After all, with Xiaozhou went in with
Yeah,
the Super
yeah,
Soldiers,
yeah,
leaving
yeah.
Crystal away.
Yep.
And I think after Game 5, their whole spirits are completely lifted up.
Yep.
You can just feel their confidence shining
Exactly.
out from the screen.
yep,
You can
definitely,
literally see
yep.
they're so confident.
So it's like you have all those heroes. I think it's not just. Of course, we all like the highlights from junglers and
course.
also from like other on the clash lanes, but. Something we cannot deny is the team spirits,
Of course.
like all the teamworks and the support that provided by the teammate is just crucial. Just like Little Loot
Yes.
to Charlotte. Yeah.
And I think they also show us a lot of very like creative like drafts and composition, but because yesterday we just simply thought that like HOK heroes and AOV heroes are separately being
Yep.
picked up and form
Yep.
into the same composition. But for today, we're seeing those collaborations, we're seeing
Yep.
those combos. For example,
exactly.
the Thierry and the Min.
Yep.
You know, very classical
Yep.
showcase
Yep, and
of
Zip and Huangzhong. Yeah.
how you can like put two different type of the heroes together and still working exactly the same, giving the same very good feedback. So yeah, I think this will be the new things we discovered from today's matchups.
Yep, absolutely. So all these integrations, I think it is the final meaning of why we have an international version of the game. Because in the beginning, how we would like to make it global and to have the foreign players to have a better understanding of Chinese cultures as well by playing HOK, and then for the Chinese domestic players can have a better experience on the AOV's heroes. So this kind of integration, and not just with the team, but also with the game and the purpose of this tournament, is the most important factors.
And because we have few times before our interview got in, so I would like to spend more time talk about the schedule, the format of our next round, because we're playing a BO2 single round, so each team only have one chance to deal with each other. So it's going to be more fierce, and here we go. I think our interview is ready, and let's just give our time to Nora.
Exactly.
Thank you, Tianyun. Thank you, Andy. And welcome back to the interview area. I'm joined by Jinyu, the jungler from Suzhou KSG. And please say hi to our audience first, please. 那先请金宇和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是苏州 KSG 金宇。
Congratulations to Jinyu and to Suzhou KSG, since this is the first time for them to entering the group stage in KIC. So how do you feel right now? 那首先恭喜你嘛，赢下今天的比赛，这也是苏州 KSG 第一次在世冠进入到正赛嘛。那可以跟大家先分享一下现在的感觉吗？
感觉就是进入正赛只是第一步吧，就是我们的目标还是那个最高的舞台。
你们的目标是
最高的舞台。
最高的舞台。All right, so this is their very first step in KIC. It's only the first step. It's only gonna be the start, and their final goal will always gonna be the stage, the ultimate, the supreme stage. So the second question will be actually Suzhou KSG was considered as the underdog since before today's matchup kickoff. What exact preparation that they did during the off season, and is there any like really OP duel that they found out as they get much more familiar with the new patch? 那我们知道，其实今天在开赛之前的话，苏州开赛并没有那么被大家看好嘛。那今天赢下比赛了以后，可以看到出来你们在休赛期做了非常多的努力，可以跟大家分享一下着重是在哪方面进行了强化，以及随着你们对这个版本越来越了解了以后，觉得哪些组合会比较厉害？
我们最近训练赛的话，其实就是打的比较多，然后大家其实也都挺辛苦的，就是大家都很努力嘛。然后英雄的话，其实这些新英雄感觉都挺强势的，
都挺强势的。
其实都挺强势的。
可以举个例子吗？比如
说刀锋宝贝，单位上面买房。
好的，好的。So his question, his answer was like during the off season they practiced so hard, they did a lot of trainings, and speaking to the new patch, they said every hero are actually really good and really powerful. And if he needs to name one, definitely will be the butterfly, and we're so looking forward to seeing him playing that butterfly. So actually speaking to the jungler heroes, today Jinyu performed so well, and he won MVPs in a row every single time when Suzhou KSG won the match. So does that mean that for this patch, actually the core player will be the jungler, and a lot of comp will play around the jungler? And if he wants to do some ranking in the jungler, what will be? 那我们知道，其实说到了刀锋宝贝们，他是个打野英雄。然后今天你其实玩到野河的时候，都拿到了 MVP，然后表现也非常的不错。那就想问一下，是不是有一个可能性说这个版本就是会围绕野河构建很多的阵容？然后以及如果要让你给现在的打野英雄排个名的话，前3你觉得可能是什么样的顺序？
这个版本确实野河比较多嘛，就是很多英雄就是很脆皮嘛，刺客、野河。然后排个顺序的话，那就刀锋宝贝、莫拉、主卡了。
Okay, so he said like there's a lot of assassins in this jungler which would be so powerful, and if he need to rank it, that will be Butterfly for the first, and after with Murad and Zuka. So thank you for taking the interview, and congratulations again. Really looking forward to your performance in the group stage. 那非常感谢金宇接受我们的采访，也是非常期待你们之后在小组赛的一个表现。谢谢。And back to you, 天云。
All right, well received. Yep. Thank you for the interview. Thank you, Nora, and thank you, Jingyu. Jingyu is always like this, like poker face, so calm.
But like, you know, poker face, well related to jungler.
Yes, yeah, sure. The mentality, right? The mindset. Yeah, all right, so this will be the 2 battles BO7 for the first round of the KPL qualifiers. We're definitely looking forward to see more things going on in the second round. And thank you so much for accompanying us in our stream. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yep, bye.
You're perfect love and darkness shines. Don't get lost in the madness of the night. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
exposure to the fallout is what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a come